Welcome everyone to the MLOS. That's your Mobile Legends Odisha Series Season 1. Here we are in the round 3, day 2 of the Mobile Legends Odisha Series. And the match is between Team Pick in the red side versus Team Meow in the right side. In your casting deck, it's your boy Asteezy with a beautiful lady over there, Miss Debbie. Good evening, Miss Debbie.
Good evening. I think this is gonna be a fun play to watch because I've known this team, I've seen them. So let's head straight into the drafting phase.
Of course, we are here in the drafting phase, and there you go. It's a Fanny ban coming out from Team Meow. Meow has gone for that Fanny right now. I mean, that's a great ban. We all know that Fanny is right now in the meta and having those map advantage as well as the damage she gives is a great ban coming out from them. And there you see, Devi, they got Matilda now with the joy from Team Meow.
Well, I think Matilda being taken away is kind of trying to limit onto the support or the room that Matilda does have a very deadly combo along with the Phoebus as well as the Alpha, and we have seen it time and time again. And the Fanny and the Joy being banned out, I think it's mostly targeted towards Charin on Team Peak because he has been amazing on the Fanny and Joy as well.
Of course, and there you go with the Phobias and Jushin. We all know that Jushin is currently the meta right now, and even the Phobias is great in the EX plane. So banning it is a great choice coming out from both of the teams. And there you go, my favorite ban, Chip. Of course, we all know that this little guy can just open all the portals in the whole matches in the whole line of the dawn. So let's see. The draft picking phase is already started. It's a Khalid coming out from Team Meow.
Well, the Khalid, it has so much maneuverability and the mobility that it have, and its ability to just invade into the jungle. It has been so amazing and so valid onto the first pick, and so I think this is the main reason they pick out the Khalid. But the Bruno is gonna be picked by Pick to Plummet again. What a good choice of a marksman they have with the damage that it have with along with the malefic gun, and Bruno does have a good laning phase, except I mean, even if you lane against the Granger, highly likely that you will have a safe trade into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, of course, with the Malefic gun, he is the menace in the land of Dawn right now. And there you go with the high loss coming from
Mm.
Team Pick right now. It's a great pick, I can say, because it's also a face flex pick coming from them. And Sicilian. Do you know that, Devi? I call Sicilian as a godfather of late game because he's literally a menace
Godfather.
in the late game with his range, attack range, as well as his sanguine claws. He's a total package of mage in the late game, and he can melt anyone down. So you should take care of him in the late game as well as in the early game also. I think he's a great backline.
Well, he also does deal a lot of damage, and the slowdown it has with the bat speed also deals a lot of damage onto the front side as well as onto the back side. So it's a good answer for the Bruno because into the later part of this game, Bruno does have that kind of damage that you don't want to deal with. So them taking out a late game, same as well as the Bruno with the Sicilian. It is a good and share of choice, and the Lapu also being picked out. I haven't seen much of a Lapu on this kind of tournaments. Maybe this is the first time that I've seen it. What do you think?
That's a great pick because currently Lapu got a buff. So I think Lapu
Oh.
will be a great pick coming out from Team Meow. And even I played today's one ranked match where Lapu literally played very nicely. So if this Lapu player is good, then I think Lapu will be overshadowing that Hylos if Hylos coming in the EXP. I don't know. It's a flex pick, so maybe it can
Mhm.
go for the roam. And there you go with a Julian. We all know that the damage Julian gives, it's insane. So having this Julian as a jungler and banning the chances of alpha picking coming out from Team Meow, Team Pick had just banned that alpha. They don't want to hamper their gameplay with that alpha because Matilda is already banned, so they just banned that alpha. And right now from the Team Meow is coming a Aurora ban. We all know that Team Pick right now needed a mage, so Aurora will be a great mage for them. But Vexi is too open, so they can go for the Vexi also. Even
Mhm.
Valid is open.
Oh, Valier. Maybe they might try to go for it too. But I think pick deployment just I think they're just showing down limiting the jungle ban because taking out the alpha just I mean it does open the Shuyo as well as the Ling or maybe even the Nolan. So are they just trying to go for another jungle ban? It's kind of unpredictable.
Yeah, maybe they will go for a.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, you just got right. It's a
mhm.
Suyu coming out from Team Pick. That's a nice,
Nice decision.
I can say, gaze from coming out from you. And of course, Suyu is currently in the meta, and it's a new hero with a lot of damage and escape ability. So I think it's a great ban. You just don't want your game to be hampered by this guy. So I think one more, maybe a mage ban like Eve
Yeah.
or a Vexana, maybe coming from Team. Meow right now. Let's see what Meow have.
Well, you are right though. The mates ban is kind of likely to happen because you can just try to limit down the mages and there we go. The Vexana is always already the one that's gonna be taken away. So there's such a limit for the mages for Team Peak. Maybe it's the Eve is still open if they want to race for it.
Of course. And there you go. We have the second picking phase of the draft has already started. So let's see what Team Pick have in their pockets right now. I mean, they will go for maybe a Roam or maybe a EXP. And
Oh,
we just forgot about this guy, Louis. I mean, he's insane currently, but they are going for the Eve. And we all know that Eve is also a great choice, having those turns, immobilizing skills, also having that ulti, a long range ulti. She will be a great pick coming from Team Pick.
if they went for the Eve, and I think they just want to use a real world manipulation as a boxing ring, right? Just try to go on team fights and fight into that ring. Maybe they can go for team fights again and again just until the bad impact come into play.
Yeah, and there you go. My favorite hero is in the panel right
Oh,
now, Leo Mode for the jungling, coming out from Team Meow. And they are going for this Brody right now against that Bruno. But I think that Beatrix would have been great against that Bruno,
mhm.
even Layla. But it's okay if they have a great Brody player in their team. They would have gone for that reason. So I think Brody will be also a good hero against Bruno. But in late game, I don't think Brody can match the damage coming out from the Bruno. Let's see if the Ceci got fade. Then he also can manage to take down that Bruno in the late.
Well, looking at the goal side, I think it's interesting to see a Bruno and a Brody faring out into the lane. But Brody is known for the early game damage that it have, considering that he is a marksman and the range that it also does have. So I think it's also a comfort as well as a kind of a counter for him. But the Tigreal is gonna be locked down by clips here. I mean, this is one of his comfort that he's been playing so good on the Tigreal with the implosion landing everywhere, just setting up for his team, enabling his team time and time again, and all the team fights that he managed to set up. I think he is kind of a setter for his team, but Team Meow, I think they do also have a great set. So we have to see how the execution goes on.
I was thinking that if they had this plan on picking that Tigreal, they could have gone for that Louis also. We are already seen in the
Mhm.
M6 how this TLID is grinding with that Louis right now. But it's okay. Eve is also a great hero and a great choice. So looking at the draft, I have a question for you, Devi. I always ask my fellow casters that whom
Oh.
side you are with.
Well, I have yet to see Team Meow playing, but I have seen Pick always playing in one or two of the tournaments that I've seen, and they have been so amazing. So I'm leaning towards them.
Yeah, of course. And we are back to the land of Dawn, guys. Day two of round three of MLOS. That's the match between Team Pick in the red side versus Team Meow in the blue side. And both of the junglers have started their jungling, but there is a difference we can see here that Team Pick wants to go for a EXP lane gank, whereas Team Meow are going for the gold lane gank as well. And let's look after this matchmaking. And you look at that. Tigreal wants to invade in the raid buff of Leomon, but Khalid managed to flee him out from the invade structure.
Or onto the XP lane as well. Lapu's been chunked quite low by the healers. Or onto the bot side. Sky's in a little bit of trouble, but he will be safe now. He just had to commit onto the flicker to save his life, but yeah, he will be safe at the moment. There's no trade going on, but Tarin just trying to clear out onto the opposite side of the map. Oh, Clip's getting caught here. He's
Yeah,
gonna be
the
low, but he's
damage.
gonna be fine.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. That damage coming from the Khalid is literally great right now. And Julian is already in the EXP lane, trying to take on that Lapu right now. Even we can see Leomore also camping
Oh,
at the goal lane, going for that Bruno. Khalid is also there, but what Khalid is doing, I don't know. Maybe he's just positioning himself so that Tigreal can't come to him. But Tigreal already approached them. Let's see, there will we're gonna see a fight or not. But Turtle will be spawned soon in the land of dawn in just 20 seconds. Let's see, no fights yet from both the sides, no fatalities yet from both the sides.
all they pick do understand that they have the yeah.
And that's a great camp coming out from Julian, but didn't manage to take any kill. But there you go, Khalid was there and a first blood for the Leomo taking on that Julian right now with the ulti. I mean, that's what we call a camping was great from Julian, but he didn't manage to take on that Sacy using that flicker. He just m- maintained himself to flee out from the position, and then Leomore and Khalid just ganked them and took the kill. And right now we're gonna see a turtle fight. Whom do you think gonna take this turtle?
I mean, whoever makes the side first, I think they have the upper hand. But Khalid in trouble here. He's gonna be safe. No, he's gonna be taken away. But the bravest fighter also being committed. But there's no starting for the turtle just yet. But Tarin has to back off because he's taken quite low. But they can just contest it if they get to take the buff on time.
That's the
Well, let's
one of
go.
two trade I can say, but that was a very bad trade coming out from Team Pick because you had just lost the turtle, you just lost your mage, you also lost your uh, fighter. But there you see, only Khalid got down, and it's okay because he's a Roma. So if
Mm.
he's getting down in the starting, it's okay for him. So that was not a great trade coming out from Team Pick right now, giving so much gold and EXP to the team Meow. And let's see what will happen on that Tigreal, going for that Tigreal, but it's okay. It's a bluff coming from them, and that's a Raging Sandstorm connecting on the Natalia there. And there you go, Backfist already open, and that is a kill coming for the Sicilian on that Bruno.
Khalid doing so much damage, and even the annoyance that he have. Oh, Fury.
And that's you go, ulti coming from the Leo mode right now, going for that Tigreal, but Julian already came here. That's the side coming from the Julian and managed to escape from that damage, but he could have taken the kill off that Khalid, but he didn't manage to take it. And let's see what will happen on this uh, Bruno right now. There is a pause in the match. I think there is some network connection issue coming from both the teams. Therefore, our referee Jerry just paused this match. Maybe something is cooking up there.
Yeah, we have to wait and see. I think they do have a problem. But looking at the Khalid, right, he have been giving a lot of reason for his team and
Yeah.
doing so amazing and just trying to disable the Tigreal as much as possible, right? Even if we check onto the goal lane side, he hasn't been able to help his team, and Bruno eventually falling onto the hands, being ganked by three members, and Tigreal couldn't even do anything about it. What a good gameplay by Khalid.
Yeah, of course, the positioning of Khalid is too good, as you're saying. But I could have said that if that Raising Sandstorm would have connected on the Bruno, maybe Backfist and other resources would have been not used, and that can be could have been used on that Tigreal to taking that kill. But it's okay, you got a kill there, and you managed to escape from there without any fatalities. So it's a nice trade. I can say 1-0 trade. So Team Meow is right now grinding a lot in this game, and maybe Team Pick is not managing their gank right now, positioning themselves not in a good way. Tigreal is not initiating any gank, and perhaps that's the reason they are lagging behind till now. But this is the starting of the game, so we don't know. They will have a lot of in the mid game. Let's see how Julian gonna cook them, and if the mid game Sicilian, we will see a spark in his eyes. Then he gonna be a deadly, I can say, in the mid game also.
Yeah, but so far I can also see Team Meow playing for the Bruno, right? I think Bruno is so much uh an early kind of, he does have a more of a damage earlier than most of the marksmen, right? So that them playing for the Bruno has been very profitable for them, because you want to take out the Bruno in lane, Brody, Brody in lane, and just try to join him, insert him onto the team fights, and deal out a load of damage so that he can come online earlier than most of the
Yeah.
marksmen that we have seen.
Yeah. And therefore they are just ganking them, as you said. But guys, don't worry, we are just taking a pause because of some network issue coming from any team I don't know yet. But guys, you just have to do one thing for us, that you have to hit the subscribe button. You have to share the stream and comment on the stream, like the stream, guys. Share the stream to your friends. Let them enjoy the actions of MLOS, because this action is not gonna end here. And we'll be coming in a short break after this pause. We're back into the game, guys. There was some network issue from the team side of Pick. Maybe the Vive have some issue there, but we are back into the game right now. And there you go. We are seeing there Julian has picked a core item of him, but that was a late core item. He has just built it to it very early. Could have gone for the genius one.
Onto the mid side as well. Hylos is getting chunk quite low, but he's gonna be safe for now. But the Brody again is being sandwiched, but he's gonna flicker away. Well, there's not much of a trade coming out. There's 2 resources wasted for the side of Team Meow. Onto the
And
top
right now
side.
they are taking the gank on that Batfish coming from the Sicilian right now. Going for the bad impact on that Julian. Taking the kill right now. Hylas given his ulti, and there you go. Lapu Lapu on that Hylos. Having that, oh my goodness, Sanguine Claws didn't connect on that Hylos and managed to escape from there. They could have gone for that Hylos, but it's okay. It's manageable. But Julian has already dead, and he'll be resurrecting soon. But Leomore is going for the turtle right now. Vive is still in the base. There is some problem, network issue coming from the Vive. And Tigrel is right now on the guard of the turtle. Wants to take on the turtle. Wants to invade the turtle with the Julian. But Lapu Lapu with the Khalid is also there. Over to you, Devi.
Well, this turtle is gonna be free for them because of the earlier little skirmishes happening on top, and terrain falling down does mean that uh Leomore does have the lead now, but they don't. I mean, without the mates in position here or in play here, they do have a little bit lack of manpower. But Brody.
And Brody is in danger right now. Going for that Brody. Tiger entered into the turret. Will he manage to take the kill? I don't think so. And Julian in the managed to kill that Brody. Make himself dead by that Sicilian. Bad impact coming from the Sicilian right now on the Tigrel. Going for the Tigrel. Tigrel is spamming recall there because he knows he's dead. And Leomord is taking that kill. And right now Khalid going for that Bruno is at so low HP. Mega kill for the Sicilian on by the bat impact. And Hylos did not manage to engage there. He don't want to engage there. And Lapu Lapu getting the turrets. That's a disaster for Team Pick right now because of no mage in the gameplay.
What a good setup and a good trade coming out for Team Meow. They know that they have the lead, right? They know that they can take down even the tank for the side of Team Pick. So they went just all in, and even the Bruno falling down into the hands of the Sicilian has the Sanguine Claws connecting on to him. It's just going too well for Team Pick.
Yeah, of course. And there you go, Bruno and Julian at the XP lane, poking that Khalid, the Sanguine Claws coming into the way, taking that Tigrel, implosion coming from the Tigrel right now, pushing that Sicilian into the, and Hylos going with the ulti. Julian managed to escape over there, didn't manage, and the Batfish coming from the Sicilian, going for that Hylos. Right now, Sanguine Claws on that Hylos. Will they manage to take it? I don't think so. And Julian coming for the side right now on that Lapu Lapu with the ulti on that high loss, but it's Julian who gonna take the kill off Lapu Lapu there, and again poking that Khalid, taking the kill off Khalid by that high loss. It was a great game, but there you see you're losing two objectives over the mid lane as well as in the bot lane, taking that two turrets. That was a great trade, I can say, but Turtle will be go as uncontested for the Julian maybe.
What? Oh, Night Owl onto. Oh, he managed to secure the retreat against the Terran, but he do have the lead in the XP. But Terran in trouble.
That's a nice way, and now Leo Mode is going for that. Julian gonna be wiped out by that Sicilian's bat impact. Sicilian is literally dealing so much damage on the team pick right now. He is the X factor of the team, not in the late game, but also in the early game. He's managing to take the kill, and right now seeing all that high loss going on, that high loss has already given his ulti to flew out from the situation, and Bruno is also there. Bruno know that disaster already happened in the bot lane, so he's not there in the bot lane. He's right now securing the turret of that top lane, but there is a, I mean, Vive is not in the gameplay, so that this is, I can say it's a 5 versus 4. So maybe this is the reason, but still they managed to take 4 kills. So I mean, team pick is also doing great.
Yeah, that team fight is. I'm sure they are. Team pick can lose onto the team fight because they have one man down, and one of the most important member on their team is down for the moment. But they kept taking on fights and just trying to trade it out with their level behind and even the gold. But the Khalid here.
And Sanguine Claws connecting on 3 people right now. Tigreal is also there. Bad impact coming from the Sicilian with the Bat Fist on, and Hylos already using ulti on the Sicilian, poking that Sicilian right now. Leomor is also there with the ulti right now, and there you go. Brody taking the kill of the Hylos there. Leomor enter into the base right now. Will he manage to come back? I don't think so, because Julian gonna take the kill, and implosion on the 2-person. Sanguine Claws also coming on the Tigreal. Khalid thing is going inside on that Tigreal, and that's a kill for Sicilian. And that, look at the damage Davey just gave on that Julian, or just bad impact. Well, half of HP gone for the Julian.
You do not want a 0 that's 9, almost 10-minute late game Sicilian, because he's always gonna stack up with a bad impact, and if he come this online this early, it's like a GD for them, because he's gonna deal a lot of damage, and later this
letting this Khalid out from the securing that kill, but it's Bruno who gonna secure that kill right now on that again. High loss taking the kill off the Brody on the mid lane right now. Sicilian, what are you doing, bro? You just got in that wall. Yeah.
You have to take. They know that they have to take the Sicilian down in order to have the win. But he's been positioning into the backline. You know, they have the tanks, that the frontliners that can protect him, and he notices that, and maybe that's a little overstaying on his part. Well, Aiden just going to. Oh, they are gonna start onto the Lord. They do have the position right now, but the implosion.
And there you go. That's ulti coming from the Leomor. Bat Fist on by the Sicilian right now. Who gonna take this rod? It's Julian who gonna take that rod with the retreat. But that is Sanguine Claws coming on that Tigreal, coming and taking on that bat impact on that Tigreal, taking the kill. And right now you can see there is a going to gank on the bot top lane and taking the kill of the Bruno. Sicilian shutting down the Bruno with a double kill. This Sicilian is right now a menace in the land of Dawn. That was a 2-for-1 trade. So 2-for-1 trade. And that was a great game coming from both the team, but managed to take the turtle. And right now, bat feast again coming from the Sicilian and going for that Julian. That damage coming from Bruno Brody. I mean, look at that, Davey.
Damn, what that damage coming out from the Sicilian. He is still 0 that's a legendary at this point, and he's gonna be taking up time and time again. They have to try to take down the Sicilian as early as possible, because they have no answer for this just yet, because there's no dive for him to fall off. And the tankier front lines that they have, it's just that he's gonna be safe, so safe, and he will be able to dish out a lot of damage from the backside for the frontliners onto the backliners as well. I mean, he's safe for any kind of trouble.
What is Ceci doing there? I mean, there is some central connection with the Ceci also right now, maybe. And we're seeing Mage are literally, you know, that Ceci is literally doing what I don't know. Maybe Tigreal and Bruno haven't seen him yet. And there you go, Bruno taking the kill of the Brody there. Going for that Sicilian, doing dancing over in the turtle area. And they are just not gonna spare him up there, as Tigreal and Hylos just managing to toying him out and taking that kill, shutting down that Sicilian. That was a network issue, I can definitely say. But there you go, Julian going on that Leo mode on the top lane, and both of three of them are marching towards the mid lane right now.
Well, there was a battle of AFKs for the mazes, but I mean, taking down onto the lore and the tower as well does give pick their time to shine, right? They do have the space now, so they can just try to go on and fight, because Bruno, he already dealing a lot of damage onto the front line as well. Oh, there's gonna be a
Okay,
call
there is
coming
a
out
match
again.
pause, but there was an implosion coming from the Tiger during the match pause. So when we're going to resume,
Okay.
it will be a full of action, I can say, maybe.
It's gonna be so weird to see how the setup goes, but yeah, there's a lot of team fights going on for 4v5 situations right there, and
Yeah.
kudos to Team Pick as well, because they managed to do their stuff to take the objective and to take down some of the members of Team Male without the presence of their mage.
Yeah, and look at the Bruno. He's online right now. I mean, he is on right now. He's on fire right now. He has got that damage, taking that Brody skill in the bot lane, going for that Sicilian, now going for the Tavis. We will be back soon in the match, guys. But we have to take some time because guys, there are so many reasons going here and there right now, and both of the teams are having the AFK issues. So, I mean, I was talking about that Bruno, but guys, we're taking a short break coming into the match after this short break. There you go. We were again back, and that's the implosion
Oh,
coming from the Tiger, pushing out that, and Bruno taking the kill off the Khalid there, and going for a double kill on that Brody, and it's a triple kill for the Bruno. That's the damage coming from the Bruno right now on that Lapu, taking the triple kill, and Julian's. My goodness, Bruno could have gone for a maniac right now, but Cecilia and Leomord managed to escape from there. They don't want to engage there, and giving so much gold to that Bruno, I can say, Debbie.
what a great implosion play coming out for Eclipse, right? He did set out for his team, and that was such a good set. And Skyzen dealing a lot of damage into the turret, and it's gonna be falling. That is the first inhibitor of this game, but surprisingly, it's falling onto the hands of Team Pick with their one member down.
Once Ceci
Looking
got out from the team, and then you see how Bruno just managed to take over the game with the Malefic gun with the full set already done. Hustler, Berserker Fury, Malefic gun, Windstalker, Sea Halberd. I mean, Bruno is on right now, going for the Lord Julian. This could be an uncontested Lord for the team. I mean, no, Leo mode is also there, and Team Pig is gonna win this match. If they're gonna win this match, I will be hats off because I mean, look at them. They're playing 4 versus 5 right now.
with a lack of, I mean, they do like a lot of damage into the mid lane, but Bruno farming very, very well this whole time. I mean, he did a fall 3 times, but he did have the damage now, and he's just an end share for them. Now they
And
secure
Legend
onto the lord.
Sandstorm just getting used by Khalid on to escape from there. That's a great resources going from right now. Lord is marching into the lane, and there will be a Julian who gonna slain that Khalid there. Bruno and double kill for Julian, taking on that Lapu over there. Lord marching into the base. They are just destroying the base. They don't want to Link to this game, unstoppable from
Oh,
Bruno, and it's a win for Team Pig, guys. Can you just believe they played a 4 versus 5? It's a top table which is turning down right now onto the Team Pig. They just claimed the victory. I mean, this match will be recorded in the history of MLOS. I mean, the team who just don't have a player whose mage has already gone AFK. They managed to win this match. I mean, congratulations, Team Peak. You are going to the next round. I mean, what you done? What you have done, Team Meow? You could have won this match easily. Debbie, I have no words to say right now.
definitely. It's so surprising to see them coming out on top with that one man down, especially it was their mates. Their early status of the game was kind of a loss for them, but they farm up pretty well, and Skyzen building out all of the damage he needed, and he was just carrying his team on his back with the implosion sets and as well as the damage coming out for him. I think that's such a great synergy coming out for Team Pig.
Yeah, of course. And look at that, Bruno. The whole team pick will be like telling that Bruno, you are the X Factor. You are our man. You are the god in this match. I mean, look at that, Bruno. He could have been smiling right now in his home, wherever he is. I mean, he is the X Factor. He just led this match to a victory for Team Pick. I mean, this is what we say. MLOS is full of surprises, and this kind of surprises you will get all the time, guys. And look at the team fight participation as well as the hero damage as well as the turret damage. Bruno is literally played a A-class game in this match, conquering that MVP. He is the perfect match for that MVP. And I can say, team Meow, you literally tried your best. Your Sicilian was great from the beginning, but your Brody didn't match to that Bruno level. So it's okay. It was not your day, perhaps. It was a match where we can see a deficit team got a win. So it happens a lot of time, but it's okay, guys. Don't lose hope. You'll be securing your win in somewhere else tournaments. So all the best for those future matches of yours, Team Meow, and congrats, Team Pig. You're coming to the next round of MLOS. And now we are taking a short break, guys, because there are so many interesting matches coming forward. So before that, we have to take a short break just to make the team available in the lobby. So please wait for us. Stay tuned with us. Hit the subscribe button, share the link of the stream. Also, like and comment in the stream because your support is something which boosts our morale. Thank you for watching, guys. Welcome everyone back to the MLOS Season 1 Day 2 Round 3. The match is going to happen between the TK Bhai versus Ludo Esports. In the red side we have Ludo Esports, in the blue side we have TK Bhai. So let's see who gonna get this match. But before that, I forgot to tell you, in your casting deck, it's your boy Asteezy with the beautiful lady over there, Miss Debbie. Good evening again, Miss Debbie.
Hello again, everyone. I would say, well, it was fun seeing the first match going on so well. So I'm literally looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, that match was literally insane that Bruno just was an underdog and performing at that level, coming into the victory side. I mean, that was a
Yeah.
great match. So viewers also want this match to happen like that, insane type match. Let's look what will be they going to ban right now. I mean, draft is more important in the game before the game. The main thing is draft. If your draft is good, you're gonna win the match. If draft is bad, you will kind of lose the match. So let's see. There is a Gato coming from team TK Bhai and Bruno coming from team Ludo Esports. That's a great ban from both sides. I mean, Bruno, we have seen in previous match. Maybe they have also seen that previous match. Therefore, they banned this Bruno.
When they're literally one man down, pick the Bruno. That's the answer. So I think Ludo Esports they read that out, or maybe they don't want to face against the Bruno. So it's gonna be taken away as well as the gut thought. When you are onto the first pick, you kind of take away your the heroes that you don't usually play or you don't want to
Sir,
face
what's
again.
your
So
command?
taking out the gut thought is quite understandable.
Yeah, and
Butterflies
going for the
born where
Fanny
they
right now
wish,
from Team
guided
TKY and
by
Ludo Esports
lantern's
going for the
light.
Jushin. I mean, two more meta bans. So these bans are like common. Nowadays, I'm seeing more
Yep.
MM and the Major getting banned. No more
Hmm.
EXP banning from both the teams. I mean, Khalid is open, Phobius is open, Mincy is
Hmm.
open. Even so many assassins are open other than Fanny. So maybe they will go for one more assassin, maybe a Ling or a Hayabusa, or will they
Well,
go
they
for a
can.
Hilda?
Yeah. Oh, the Hilda is also still out there. It's such a menace into the jungle, but it's gonna be the Julian, another jungle band coming out from TK by, and it's gonna be a +1 jungle band for. I mean, it's gonna be the studio taken away from Ludo Esports.
Yeah, and there you go, lolly, lolly, lolly. Let me give you
Mm-hmm.
chocolate, lolly. So they will pick a lolly for us. No, it's a Sicilian coming out from Team TK Bhai. I mean, we all know how Sicilian deals damage, but in the previous match there was some misconception from the Sicilian going AFK and the match getting turned out. So this Sicilian will
As
be
fleeting as a
against going on that
snowflake's
Aurora,
breath,
and a Khalid will
as
be there to
timeless
support
as a
that
glacier's
Aurora. We
heart.
already know that how Khalid managed to be a best flex pick. I mean, he can go for EXP, he can go for Rome. So having
Mm-hmm.
this Khalid in your team, you are having a great, draft, I can say.
The Aurora pick, I kind of like this from Ludo Esports, right? Because it kind of limit out to the dive com that you have because Aurora does have her pride of eyes that can save her in tight situations and into the laning phases as well. So you can have a good time just clearing out onto the minions compared to the Sicilian. But it's the Khalid that come out on top for me because the Khalid pick it's a very very flex pick as you have said. You can roam as well as go
Always
into the
on the
XP
way.
and be a menace and a nuisance for the opponent jungle.
TK Bhai getting this Matilda with them. We all
Oh.
right now bowing to the Matilda players because they are literally a savior and that gonna be a deadly combo. If we're gonna pick that alpha with them, of course we're gonna see that alpha Matilda combo right now. I mean, it's a deadly combo. We all know how Alpha managed to dive into the enemies and then to get escape from there after getting kills. He will be using that Matilda's flying skills. I mean, that's a great one coming from both of the TK Bhai esports. And I mean,
Time
having
and
this Matilda
tide
with
wait
the
for no
Alpha, it's a
man,
great combo they're
nor
having.
girl.
But there you go, a Beatrix coming from Team Ludo
Ludo.
esports. Yeah, Team Ludo are going for a Beatrix right now, and the second banning phase already started. What's your thought on this, Davey? Whom they gonna ban?
It's kind of a. I think they can limit out onto the jungle again if they want to shove away the jungle picks and limit down to a lesser hero. But I mean, the alpha was already flagged right into the first game. It went into the uh XP instead of the jungle, but
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a weird kind of combo to see, but they are gonna go down to the goal lane ban. Well, Harriet hasn't been much of a banning choice, because of the counter ability that you have, but the Beatrix being banned out, I think they want to give a Beatrix more of a timing to farm away, and taking out the Harriet might be the answer to that.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, having this Harith against, maybe they are cooking something like they don't want this Harith with against that Britrix, as you said. And right now, having this Franco getting banned, I mean, that's a
Oh.
surprising ban, I can say. I mean, there is no Fanny, there is no Habusa, so why banning this Franco is unnecessary from Team TK Bhai. And there is a Layla ban coming from
Oh,
Team I mean, Ludo
a
Esports. Maybe
little.
they have gone through the M6. That how this Layla melted down all the enemies. Maybe that pick make them feel like Layla is a terror for them. So banning it. Maybe they have something like a pick some Layla global coming from team TK Bhai. Maybe they have. So for that reason, for a safe game, they banned this Layla. A respect ban, we can say. Right now,
Oh,
coming a link ban, that's a obvious ban, I can say. I mean, the map advantage he gave, the damage he literally deal is a great one. I mean, Ling is a great ban.
well, the Franco being banned away has. I thought they were trying to go for the link, but them banning out the link again, it's kind of a it's very surprising to say the least. But the highlights is gonna be picked away. I think at this point, looking at the draft so far for Ludo Esports, they are just gonna go play for the Beatrix. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps they will go for Brody again, that Beatrix or Irithel will also match great. I mean,
Oh.
Irithel with the sprint is a great match because yesterday I was playing a match and I picked Irithel against Beatrix, and that was a great game coming out from that match, I can say. So maybe Irithel also a great pick. How can I forget? Clint is also open, so Clint also gonna manage to, I mean, melt that Beatrix. But there you go, Hylos coming for the Rome or maybe EXP. So they have a two flex pick right now, Hylos as well as
Oh.
Khalid. So and a Phobius. This I mean the damage giver. The god is here already. Phobius going against the EXP laner and a Nathan against that Beatrix right now.
Oh, so the Freddy is gonna be directly locked in without any thought. I think at this point, Ludo are definitely going to go play for the Beatrix. But looking onto the side of TK Pai, I think they're just gonna go on to play with the Matilda Phoebus combo and the Alpha Matilda combo, because they have the early game. But picking out the Fredrin against the Alpha is kind of questionable, but we have to see how the execution goes on.
Yeah, that's what you say. It's a great one, but I mean, if you have a Fredrin, you could have gone for that Angela because the hard guard could have be a great result with that Fredrin. But it's okay. I mean, Fredrin with a Khalid or maybe a Hylos. I don't know who gonna be the roamer in this time. So maybe I will say that if Hylos go for the EXP will be a greater choice because Khalid have so much blink, so Phobius will have an advantage on that Khalid. So they should have gone for that Hylos in the EXP. But let's look after the draft, and we are back into the Land of Dawn, guys, for the match number 2 of MLOS Season 1, Day 2, Round 3. That's going to be happen between Ludo Esports in the raid side with the Fredrin Jungler versus TK Bhai with the in the blue side with the Alpha Jungler. Both of the jungler have started their jungling right now.
Well, I mean, I really do like this Alpha pick when you do want to go onto the late game, right? Alpha can literally carry onto the early game when he got Eve. He managed to get the turtle, so the first turtle is gonna be so important for Team TK Pi because they want the Nathan to farm, the Sicilian to stack up, so they do want to go for the late game. So it's kind of a good pick for an Alpha and the Matilda combo they are going for.
And there you go, Khalid in the EXP lane right now. Matilda entering into the fight. Maybe they will go for that Khalid. No, Phobius coming back. And Hylos is poking right now that Matilda. And Hylos as well as... And there you go! Little will goes to Alpha right now. We will see a little fight, I can say there, but no engage from both the team. They don't want to lose their goal from the beginning. And the Arcan boots had already been shaded by that Aurora.
Well, I think the Beatrix rotation is so fast. And
Yeah.
the Matilda will be taken quite low, but he have to be safe because he does have the guiding in, but the Alpha, I think is in a good position up on top. Oh, Spirit of Alpha.
Yeah, there you go. Alpha going for on that Fedrin, but Fedrin managed to escape. And there you go. Fedrin using his ulti on that Alpha. And there will be damage on that Alpha. And that's a poke coming from the Fedrin, getting the first blood. That's a nice one. I mean, you got the first
That
blood. Get the turtle because this could be an uncontested turtle for Team Ludo Esports.
that is not a good start for the Alpha, because when you are on the Alpha, right, you do want to snowball just to take the early game as much as possible, not to be level behind. But Matilda caught, he'll be safe because he have oh, she's gonna fall down into the hands of the Visit of Glacier by Prism. What a good pickup coming out for the side of Ludo Esports, but the turtle is gonna be on the focus here. But both of the teams moving around the river.
I mean, look at this Khalid. He was literally great, but there you go. Phobius with the ulti right now on them. The Bat Fist already came from the Sicilian and the Turtle lane right now. A great fight is going over there. Phobius going on that Aurora, but it will be Khalid who will manage to take that kill. And Aurora managing to take the kill of Matilda right now with a very less HP. Sicilian will be great down by that Beatrix, but in the meantime, Alpha managed to take the Turtle with the Alpha Spear, managing to escape from there, and Hylos with the full team are going on the Alpha right now. This could be Alpha death, I'm damn sure. And that's a killing spree coming from the Aurora. That was a nice gank, and Matilda coming on them right now, on the three of them. Phobius also there. They are managing to escape from there. Will Phobius manage to on? There's Nathan going for the ulti right now, and Aurora managed to stun that Phobius to not come into them, but Khalid is in danger right now. But no, Khalid managed to escape from there. That was a 4 for non-trade.
What a fast rotation coming out for the Beatrix, right? He was there on time, just sniping down the member, the Sicilian, and taking a kill onto his own hands. What a good rotation, what a fast rotation. And you know, the Natan was a little bit late onto that part, but when you are in Natan, I think you really don't want to go for the early team fights. You just want to farm more into the lane and get as much as a goal as possible, just to try to carry your team into the late games.
Going in the middle right now with the Aurora and the Hylos on that Matilda. Matilda don't want to engage there. Khalid also being there. And the rotation Debbie was talking about. I mean, look at the Beatrix. He's literally rotating very nicely on the line of Dawn right now. Even the Khalid, I mean, positioning himself onto the bot as well as on the top. So Khalid is also managing great right now. I mean, he's an XP laner. Hylos is going for the roam, and Khalid is managing literally great right now on the EXP as well as in the mid lane. I mean, this team is having great positions with a great teamwork, they can say, but Sanguine Claws connecting on that Hylos will not give him any damage there, and Khalid entering the team fight, but don't want to engage there. Hylos coming into poke right now.
The glorious power will be committed, but Sin will be in trouble here. But onto the backside, Eva stunning 3 of the members. The British Glazer connecting on the 2 of them. Hiyori will be able to take down the Sicilian. But Sin, he had the guiding damage, but the guiding win, but he doesn't. It isn't enough to take him down that easily. But the sniper, I think. Oh, that is that. That is the snipe that we're looking for, and he managed to take down 2 with the sniper.
And this is aggression coming from Team Ludo Esports right now. Sanguine Claws connecting on the Khalid, but it will not give any damage. But there you go, Nathan is dying right now, split pushing on the top lane. And that was what we're talking about. The aggression coming from the Team Ludo Esports right now is very nice from them. I mean, they look at them right now. They are not caring anything. And there you go, destroying the mid lane turret. It will cost them a lot. I mean, you are destroying a top lane turret. If you're trading that top lane against a mid lane, you're literally cool, I can say. But there you go, a turtle neutral objective getting claimed by that Fedrin right now, and going for the blue buff of the Alpha. Aurora having so much damage after accumulating that Genius Swan. And now Matilda going for that Aurora. As Alpha Spear coming on the Aurora, shutting down the Aurora by that Matilda there. And look at this Beatrix. She was not able to come there and help that Aurora there. Could have been, I mean, she could have been there and escaped her out from the situation, maybe.
Considering the lack of presence for Nathan into the team fights, right, compared to the Beatrix, I think he's farming quite well. Oh, the Khalid taking low.
There is a Raging Sandstorm which will not let him go away because there is a 3 versus 1 and Sicilian managed to take that kill there. And it's a Phobius who's gonna poke that Hylos out there, but it will be an easy escape from him because no turrets have been destroyed in the top lane yet.
Well, as I was saying, the Beatrix looking at the farm as well, but it was the Nathan who does have the the goal lead. Well, if you are on the Beatrix, he has been rotating very, very fast, but Nathan has been imprisoned in his lane. But the top lane,
There is a great fight going on, and that's a Matilda connecting on that Beatrix, and that's the ulti coming from the Hylos, getting away from there. Beatrix will be in danger, in a very less HP. Will they manage to go for her? No, Beatrix will manage to escape from there. I mean, that was a great escape. Hylos did literally manage to let Beatrix out from that situation. And right now, look at that Khalid, as well as that team. They're going for that Khalid over there. And look at that Phobius. Oh my goodness, Aurora going for that, and Alpha getting the kill of the Khalid over there. Matilda will be going on. Oh my goodness, look at that Sanguine Claws coming from the Sicilian right now. Not connecting anyone at Beatrix, literally managing to escape. Oh my goodness, that damage, Devi.
There was such a good damage coming out from the Sicilian and the Nathan as well. They are trying to come online, right? They have to be a little bit careful on how they manage this team fight because they have the Nathan, they do have the Sicilian, and they are gonna scale up more and more the later the game goes.
Yeah, of course, and the turtle fight had already started. Who is gonna secure this turtle? This turtle will be a big one, but there is Aurora ulti there. Turtle is securing by that Alpha. Alpha spear coming on that Hylos, getting the kill of that Hylos. Double kill for Alpha. Aurora managing to slain that Phobius on there, but Nathan will be taking on that Fredrin. Aurora will manage to go from there. That was a 3-for-1 trade, and losing the turtle also. I mean, right now, Team Ludo Esports is not having an upper hand with that Alpha, with the Matilda combo is getting cooked. Cooking the Team Ludo Esport right now, and Nathan getting damage. A Blade of Deathfire accumulating by the Beatrix right now.
That's one more damage coming out from him, but he does build up the Malefic Gunster early on to the stages of this game. But looking at the Nathan, he's been having quite the farm of his life, doing a lot of damage. I think at this point, if he gets the Holy Crystal, he's gonna hurt a lot.
Marching towards the mid lane, missing that Raging Sandstorm on Natalia, and right now Sanguine Claws also on Natalia. So maybe they are missing those skills on them. Maybe they're... Oh my goodness, look at that charging coming from that Khalid. Phobius entering into the fight. This could be a great gank, of course. And Matilda joining the team fight right now. That's a slaying by that Nathan. Phobius managed to take the kill of Khalid over there. Going another ulti on that Hylos, as well as that Aurora without a passive. Will they go for that Aurora? Alpha Spear didn't connect her. She's in a very low and less SP. And taking the kill by the Sicilian right now. Sanguine Claws connecting on that Hylos, getting that ulti and escaping from there. But there you go. Phobius managed to take one more kill. That was a non-for-4 trade.
What a change of event. There are so many skirmishes happening. But we have to see now that we have to respect the damage coming out from the Sicilian and the Nathan as well. It's almost, we are almost heading towards the 10 minutes of this game. This is the time where they come online with Gerard dead, so I think they have to be, Ludo Esports have to be very, very careful in how they approach these team fights. And as you can see, the Alpha where he come from, it was a weird angle, and they didn't even read that out. So it's working well for Team TK, but it's just going too well for them since the 6 minutes of this game.
Yeah, that was a smart move coming from Team TK Bhai. I mean, taking that Lord right now, not a Luminous Lord, but a normal Lord. So it is a great fight they will have right now with the Lord by themselves. And look at that, the team participation coming from the Team Ludo Esports right now. Will they go for another fight on that mid lane? Lord is also marching there. Matilda going into the fight, but it was a very less HP right now. Matilda managed to escape from there. And look at the damage of the Aurora, but Khalid charging into them. Sanguine Claws coming on the Khalid. Khalid is very less HP. Going for escape by the using of Raging Sandstorm. And there you go. Phobius managing again into the fight. Going for that Khalid. Ulti coming from the Aurora. Starting the Khalid from there. Phobius from there. And look at that. That's a great escape from... There you go. Alpha is poking that Fedrin out. You should take care of the Lord first, guys. And there you go. Mid lane turret gonna be destroyed by Team TK Bhai.
all of the early game skirmishes and onto the they managed the Natan managed to take down two of the members so easily.
Yeah, that was a great one, I can say. I mean, one more turret got down on the top lane right now, taking on the minions, and right now going for the inhibitor. The range has already been there for the Sicilian with that malefic gun. I mean, Beatrix also damaging a lot. Alpha Spear coming from Alpha, helping him to escape from the turret damage. And I mean, look at this gameplay. Intense gameplay is going right now. I mean, there was a time when upper hand was with the team Ludo Esports, but right now TK Bhai is like, okay, we are there. We are back.
They're going for it. They're going for it. The recall on that mostly happens onto the mid side. BTK in flames, I would say. But if we see look at the Tatar, right? He's been doing very very well in his positioning. He hasn't been quite taken low. I mean, even if he does get taken very low, he just manages to escape out time and time again with the help of guiding wind or the positioning that he have. So Zero, that's and it's almost 13 minutes of this game and he's gonna hurt a lot. At this point, I think they can go all in and just wait for the lore and try to chunk down the inhibitor again and again.
Yeah, and maybe a backline strong from Beatrix, and if there is a great gang coming out from Team Ludo Esport, they will manage to wipe them out. That's Alpha Q on that team. Raising Storm is coming from the college, but before that, mega kill for the Alpha right now. I mean, that damage coming from the Alpha is a great one. Didn't manage to get that Raising Storm and get escape. I mean, Khalid was literally straight himself out for those minions right now. Lord is gonna be spawned in just 30 seconds in the land of dawn, and there will be another fight. Mobius going for that fight, but no penalties.
Even if you are the Khalid, even though you have the heal or the the defenses, right? That's 5 men ganking onto you. That's 5 damages that you are taking. So eventually, he's gonna be falling. I think at this point he don't have the kit to do the macro plays that he was doing up on top.
Yeah, of course, and that was again an uncontested lord. I mean, if you're giving up these lords, you're not coming back, Ludo Esports. You're literally trading those lords right now, and a blade of armor by that Khalid on himself, because you know the damage coming from that MM and also that team is too much. I mean, Alpha going charging on that Alpha right now. Alpha Spear coming on that Khalid. This is a very nice game. Gang coming from the team. I mean, this is a revenge, and there you are, unstoppable for the Alpha. Beatrix managing to shut down that Alpha on that lane. Right now, Aurora managed to escape from there with the help of. Oh my goodness! Look at the Sanguine Claws connecting on this Aurora. I mean, could have gone on less damage at that time, but that was a great escape. But Lord is right now marching onto them. That was a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but TK Bai do have the lore marching onto the top lane. I think they are just trying to take out the alpha so as not to protect their turrets, so that they will be able to chunk down this lore in order to not lose any of the inhibitors. But there's a fight.
Yeah, there is a fight going right now, not taking the inhibitor because of less of minions, but there you go, in the mid lane there are minions, and again in the top lane minions against that inhibitor taking down on the top, and the bots are clear right now. I mean, one inhibitor is gone. There is a Guardian Helmet coming for that Fredrin. Accumulating that Guardian Helmet will be helping him so much right now, but I can say Fredrin is literally not matching the way he should have. I mean, look at Alpha charging on that Khalid, charging on that Ludo Esports player, and he's literally managing to escape because of that Matilda combo. But there was no Matilda at that time, because and there you go again, charging on that Alpha. Holy Crystal accumulating by that Aurora there, and that's a Raising Sandstorm connecting on one of them, and Phobius entering into the fight. Unstoppable for the Natan there, initiating the fight. Sicilian also using a bad impact on that Beatrix, but not dealing any damage on that, and that's a great sniping from Beatrix.
Yeah, that was a great snipe. I think he's been sniping two of the members into the early games that he managed to take the kills. But I mean, I think the clearing coming out for Ludo Esport is just saving them this game. But Entropy committed again here, but it won't be enough to take any of the members down just yet. But it will be enough to clear out the mid lane minions.
Yeah, of course, and look at the team right now. I mean, TK Bhai literally managing to play very nicely. I mean, they are waiting for the Lord. They don't want to engage with them. They don't want to throw their goals. the bounties on
Mhm.
them right now. So they are literally playing a defensive approach from them. I mean, so much brawl we have
Yeah.
seen yet, and so right now they are like, let's calm, guys. We will be coming back. Let's calm, and that's the reason we are waiting right now. The Lord has already approached here. Will this Lord goes to them? And there is a fight going on the top lane with the Khalid and the Phobius. Lord will be easily managing to take it down by the Alpha. There you go. Fight against that Aurora, having the passive in a very low HP, managing to escape from there. Beatrix throwing some grenades. Alpha managing to kill the Hylos. Going for the Sanguine Claws on that Beatrix. Taking the down that Beatrix. Double kill for Alpha. Going for a triple kill. Sanguine Claws connecting on that Praetorian. Taking the killing spree by the Cecilian. That was a non-for-2 trade. Lord is marching down. Aurora shutting down that Nathan over there with the ulti. And there is a passive on that Aurora. They will not go for the Aurora. There is the minions coming into the base right now. They will go for the base, and this is the, and look at the Khalid. They're managing to escape the minions, and there you go, a spear of Alpha coming on the Khalid. Khalid killing spree for the Phobias.
Well, the base will be onto the focus, and there we go. They are focusing onto the base. Freedom will be taken very, very low, and I think this is a good game for Team TK Pie. What a good gameplay coming on for their side, waiting on to their power spike, waiting on to the later status of this game in order to take this game, dishing out a lot of damage, and this is where discipline comes in handy.
Of course, congratulations, TK Bhai. You just won the match and you're proceeding to the next round of MLOS. I mean, Khalid was great, but the initiation of the gank, the
Mhm.
initiation of the fights was not so great. I mean, you are a EXP laner, you are a tanky man, so you could have been like, yeah, okay, you are going for the front line, but without the teammates, you are going for the front line easily. Alpha is tracing you out and coming for you, and the whole team is coming for you, taking your kills. And in the last bait, I can say that was not needed. Could have been in the base if you are not prepared for the Lord. Could have been in the base, and then you could have wait for the Lord to come, and you could have easily managed to kill that
Mhm.
Lord because you have a Beatrix with the Malefic gun with the damage. So I mean, this type of small, I can say small, your mistakes will make you lose this type of matches. You are in upper hand from the beginning, but then you lose those. You just did those mistakes and you lost this match. I mean, Khalid should have been rectifying his mistakes next time, and that was not your day. It's okay, guys. I mean, it's a game, so sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. So this was not your day. So maybe in some other tournaments you will be shine brighter like a star. So all the best for your upcoming tournaments, upcoming journey in the Mobile Legends. But I mean, look at the victory side. Look at the champions of this match. Look at the winners of this match. The crown on their head just because of that Cecilian in the back line and that Alpha and the Matilda combo getting literally used in this match. And look at the five of them, Debbie. I mean, team fight participation from five of them is totally above 50%.
They are a close knit family, I would say. With the combos that they have, and always going on to the team fights with the help of Matilda. They aren't if I mean the HP weren't falling down into the later part of this game because of the Matilda and the heal and the shield she provided for her whole team. I like this game.
Yeah, of course. But guys, this is not the end of actions because so many more action and intense matches like this will be coming forward. But before that, we have to take a short break to prepare the next team for the fight. So, guys, stay tuned with us. Hit the subscribe button, like, share, comment because your support is something which boosts our morale. Thank you for watching.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MLOS Season 1. Pa- And this is round 3, day 2 between Team Hug and Team Nocturnal. So, with me today is Justin, your play by play caster, and I am your analysis caster, Asuya. So, hi there, Justin.
Hello, so yeah, really nice to see you here, and seems like we are moving towards the draft phase, really. And which thing do you think might be cooking something today? And I'm really excited with this underdog. It's really nice to see this underdog teams perform. What do you think?
Well, true, but at the same time, since we do not know how they play, they will pick up. So they might go for those standard bans which we see nowadays. Like, if you ask me, Bruno, Fanny are two of the bans in Zushin. Like, these three are the picks which I really want to ban out in every match because they are really OP. They have the early game firepower. And with that, I think these teams are more of a respect bans maybe because just look at that. They have banned out a Link along with the Roger.
That's right. They are trying to. They don't want any link to go to the backline with the Tempest of Blade, which is really annoying, especially for the mages who like it's really annoying. Even they don't have, even they don't have a proper frontliner, like doesn't really matter though. So it's better to ban out the link as well as a Xborg ban coming in from the side of Team Hug, because no one want the they don't want the last insanity coming in from the side of Nocturnal, maybe because they are might be planning to go with high HP heroes, and he is kind of really annoying when the enemies have really high HP heroes, so
Well,
they
true.
might be cooking something. Yeah,
Yeah, true. Well, if you have a lot of tanky heroes, a lot of fighter heroes, especially in Alpha, Hylos, or even a Khalid, like with a Hilda, the early game aggro. So then I think Xborg is a pretty good option right there. But then again, his only weakness being in the early game, his Faraga armor is pretty easy to pop off. You can, with that aggro, if you have it, you can just go in, invade the jungle, deny the farm. Same goes for the turtle. If you just pop off that Faraga armor, he cannot do much. He really needs that immortality before he can actually start to do something into the game. And yeah, with that, the next band being Hayabusa. Another good band if you ask me because like Haya is a great assassin, but then again I think in a tournament you can counter him easily. And the final band being Suyo, another great band. And the first pick in the hands of Team Hug. I wonder what they will be going for because we do see a glint on the screen right now.
that's right. They have a lot of option open, a lot of meta heroes. The Juxin is there. They should be prioritizing the meta heroes more. The Bruno is there. Bruno is like a killer marksman compared to the Clint, but if they have the comfort pick in Clint, then no words, man. I believe, mastery is more important compared to the meta, because it's more important. And we're gonna see a black dragon flying around the map. So, okay, XP lane has been fixed from the side of Team Hug, and Team Nocturnal will not hold back, and they will grab the meta as soon as they will get the pick. Juxin and Bruno will be secured by Nocturnal. What you wanna say on that, Asuya?
I was just right from the start. I was like, ban Zushan, ban Bruno because they are quite OP right now, and specifically Bruno being a menace in the Lanatan unless he receives the range now, which he's gonna receive soon. The Malefic gun complements Bruno so well that he can one shot you or even two shot you towards the mid and the late game. And with that Zushan being an early game aggressive mage right from level 1, a lot of CC onto her hands. If you go in for a really early game firepower type of composition, or if you choose a jungler who really needs that snowball in their hands, then of course go in with a Zushin because she will be really really helpful when it comes to providing those early game kills. So if you ask me right now, the side of Team Nocturnal, their draft looks really OP to me, and like Bruno right now does have one counter which we did see in M6. It was Lela, but then again,
Yeah.
they are not going in for Lela. Just look at them. I mean, a Matilda too?
Yeah, they are grabbing every possible Buffy heroes, and they are not giving any chance for Team Hug, or maybe they don't want to grab those opportunity because they believe Master is more important. But as we see in the current meta, this Layla with the Malefic gun can outrange this Bruno and could be more better in the gold lane, I would suggest. And but they chose to go with the Clint, so it might be their mastery. You don't know, we never know. And Julian, I mean, they are combining some heroes with it, and then Matilda, you never. That's like proper repositioning hero, with the gilded wings, with the circling eagle. She have a lot of OP skill, and Team Nocturnal have decided to ban one of the frontliner, that is the Hylos, because he could be really annoying with his glorious pathway in the team fight. So they have chosen to ban it out, as well as the Diggy has been banned from Team Hug so far.
Well, true, but then again, I don't think so that banning out a Dicky is a great option because they might be going in for a Tigreal or maybe even an Atlas. But then again, I think the side of Team Nocturnal knows, so they will be banning out an Atlas. But then again, these two bans not really. Like, if you ask me, I don't like them because Purify is always available. You can use it for anyone. Because just look at Bruno, he's going with a flicker anyway. And Zushin, it doesn't matter what spell she takes, she has a lot of sustainability due to her ultimate and the shield she gets. And with that, all the bans set in right there. And like when you have a Matilda in your team, a lot of team compositions are open. You can go in for a dive in, you can go in for a hitbox, you can also go for the aggro. And yes, just look at them picking up another firepower, a Khalid for the tank, for the EXP laner most probably. Yep.
Yup, and they also have a jungler. Like they can go with a Alpha, and Fredrin is open. It could be really nice in the team composition, I'd say. And if you talk about Team Hug, they do need the roam, and they are planning something else right now. They need a mage here, but they want to fight for jungler maybe. But we never know. This might be part of the strategy. Double retreat. You never know. But if you talk about Nocturnal, they have a really solid draft. Okay, a Belric pick coming in from the side of Team Hog, and it would be really good, I would say. And also a Fanny, so Julian might be the mage in this case. So if there is a good Fanny player, because Fanny had some recent buffs with her mana region, so she could be really impactful in the game.
Well, true, and Fanny's being an absolute menace because she did receive the mana buff right there, and I always make sure to ban her out. And with that, the side of Team Hug have actually waited it out for the last pick to pick up on that Fanny. But then again, I let's just see how well they're able to execute it because Matala will always be there with the guiding wind, guiding the teammates away if they are in low HP. Same goes for Khalid. He will be building out semi-tank or maybe full tank, so Fanny will be having quite a hard time bringing him down. And Nolan, as we know, he has a lot of dashes. He might also be able to escape from Fanny. Let's just see how well it goes. I think Zushin needs to be a bit careful because Bruno and Zushin are the two people who will be on the radar of our Fanny. And with that, I would like to ask you, Justin, which draft do you like much more?
Yep. I would say so far, I would say that the Nocturnal's draft is pretty good. But still, I hope them to go with an utility hyper such as the Alpha or F Red Train. Could be really cherry in the cake in the draft, I would say. So, and with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the land of Drawn after the long await of the draft, and this is the third match of the MLOS tournament. This is me, Jay for Justin, with with Asuya on the other side, giving you the information what is happening on the battlefield.
I mean, just look at Khalid already trying to cross-cut that lane right there, but then again, it is not a wise decision because I think Yuzhong is a very good matchup when paired up against Khalid, but then again, he will not be able to just go in for it. And just look at them already trying to steal up the red buff from the side of the blue team. Then again, I think Fanny is a pretty fast jungler. She might even come in for her red. And they need to give it up because Nolan doesn't seem to be interested in that. And with that, just look at Lucian already being the firepower she is in the early game, just harassing Julian at this point, trying to make him recall. But then he really needs to wait it out till he gets to level 3 because he will be unstoppable.
That's right. He needs to be ganked, and the team of Nocturnal will not hold back from holding him. Look at the Juxin pulling the Balric out of there, and the Nolan is being in the position so that he can snipe out the clean to give the Bruno some extra lead on the farm. But no, they will be focusing on some other objectives. Meanwhile, Fanny is not hitting the level 4 yet, but the other jungler do have the lead, so they might be cooking it from for this first turtle anytime soon. The mage, their mage doesn't hit the level 4 mark till yet though, but this could be a really good fight because there comes a Fanny coming with the steel cables. Khalid is in bad position, but Fanny will be securing the kill on the Khalid. Meanwhile, Juxin is trying to be in a position because Matilda is not there till yet. Maybe she is trying to get her level 4 mark before the team fight starts.
I mean, true, they kind of denied a lot of creeps to Fanny, and yes, she was level 3, but then again, giving away the first blood right there, to her, not a good option because both Nolan and Fanny are two of the heroes, two of the assassins who require that snowball. And with that, just look at the fight near the turtle.
Ooh, that was a very nice retribution coming in from the Nolan. And meanwhile, Matilda will be finding the Yuzhong there. Fanny is back in the action. She is trying to hit some cobble, but no, Julian is. She will get back, and Julian will be try to sustain in the fight, but she will come back and will lose her life in the hands of the Matilda. The Julian is not so bad, but he should have been in the fight a little bit more earlier. And I would say they are not too much tanky in the fight. They do lack in some HP. That's the advantage Team Hug is taking right now.
I mean, that's what I said. It will be pretty hard for a Fanny to take down Owl, especially when Khalid uses the second spell to just heal himself up. And yes, going in between 4 people, her energy kind of drains down pretty fast, so that was not a winning team fight for her.
Yup, and look at that. Clint is in trouble, it seems, but Belric is trying to back him up. But the Juxin is giving a lot of poke. Meanwhile, the Bruno is trying to melt down the Belric as well. Clint came ahead to save the Bellman, but he have to take the cost and he will be taken down. And Fanny tried to took a trade and she got it, but no. Meanwhile, Nolan will taking her there, and Bruno is also there with a double kill there, and he is squeezing out the goal as much as possible there and trying to get the lead there.
I mean, giving Bruno farms, just look at him, he is 201. He will soon be getting that Malefic gun, and he's having a hard time. Like, pretty easy time, sorry, especially when paired up with a Zushin. Both of these firepowers are really complementing each other, dishing out a lot of damage. And if you see the side of the blue team, they're more focused on the tankier heroes, on the roam. But then they really need to take down the mage, they need to take down the marksman, and that's not what Fanny is actually prioritizing right there.
That's right, and they look at them. They are trying to bully their jungle now, and the Fanny is looking miserable. And there comes the Fanny with the blue. She does have the blue, but she will be coming back and forth because the front laner is not in position right now. And this could be a fight here. Fanny is just looking good. She will be trying to escape from the situation with the steel cables, but there comes the Black Dragon trying to be impactful in the fight. There comes the wrath of the cred of the Balric, but it will be not so impactful at all. And that's quite of a fight. That's a bad trade, I would say, because they have lost the hyper in the fight.
Fanny not having the best time right now, especially because Belric. He is a great tank when it comes to a marksman like Mia or someone. But then again, in this kind of team composition, he's not actually useful. Just look at Zushin, how she's bullying the front lane.
Ooh, she's not looking good in a good shape. There comes the burst of the clean, and the Julian will be squeezing her and she will lose her life on that. She should be playing more so aggressive in that fight, especially when the Matilda is not around and Fanny is coming with the steel cables. The Julian is trying to deal some damage, but the circling eagle will chase her down and get the kill on her. And Bruno with the meanwhile Bruno with the killing spree will maintain the lead on that. And look at the if you look at the bot lane, the ex-billionaires are having a clash, but seems like Yuzhong is winning the lane there.
I mean, of course, Yuzhong does have a lot of resources to cancel out the heal coming from Owl. And then again, but it's only 6 minutes into the game, and I think Yuzhong might be in a bad position.
Yup, the Raging Strength Storm came right on the face, but he is sustaining a lot. He's using his passive to stay alive, to sustain in the fight, but he shouldn't stay that long because there's no one nearby. And meanwhile, he is trying to do 1v3 there and will lose his life for no reason. He should be playing more safe at this point.
I mean, the rotations coming from the side of Team Nocturnal is immaculate because they do have a Matilda, and when you have her, you have a lot of mobility onto your hands. You can move across the map like it's nothing. Same goes for Zushin. She can just spam her skills without any mana, so she doesn't have a hard time clearing up those lanes. And especially Team Nocturnal winning up the macro, just cleared up the first tier turret from the top lane, so even Bruno can rotate. Just look at them ganking together, not giving the side of blue team, Team Hug, even a room to breathe.
That's right, and with this third turtle, they are also securing the boss of the opponent team, making them miserable. But Fanny will try to deal some damage with the steel cables, but the cables are not really good, I would say, because they are losing their life in the fight, as well as Uncle Roger. And the mid lane will be forced, but the wrath of Kred was on point, but it will be not sufficient to kill the team of Nocturnal. Meanwhile, Dragon will lose his life as well, and this might be another tier 1 turret will be destroyed from the side of Team Hog.
I mean, just look at that. 7 minutes into the game, of 7k gold lead in the hands of Team Nocturnal. They are kind of unstoppable, especially. That's why I say Zushin definitely being a bone of contention in those team fights.
Ooh, there comes the Resistance Storm coming in from the Khalid. Was a little bit too aggressive, will lose his life on that. The Fanny will be securing the kill, getting some lead for himself. Meanwhile, Jukshin trying to be annoying to the opponent team, but Bruno is in a good position. He will try to deal some damage. Fanny is not in great shape, but she will be backing up. That's a wise decision, I would say. And their jungler, even the jungler is not there. They have the capacity to win the fight, to bully them out of the fights. You know, the Nocturnals are pretty healthy right now. Team Hog have to play a little bit more safe. Try to get some trades on the people who have some bounty, I would say, on their head. And so far things are going good. I want to see some items how they are going, you know.
I mean, it's true, they're having an easy time at this point, and then again, if you see, like, even if the enemy does have a Yuzhong, you really force up that anti-heal, but then again, side of the red team, they are so confident, they did not have even a single anti-heal onto themselves, and finally Khalid might go in for the dominance.
Ooh, Fanny was trying to be a little bit aggressive, but she will lose his life on that. But Matilda, they will be trying and will take advantage of the Matilda because she was overstepping and will get the kill there. And as well as Norton will be taken down by the Balric. Meanwhile, Bruno is trying to deal the damage. He will be farming that all time, and Khalid will be securing double kill at that point, and the Yuzhong will die there in the hands of the Jokshin there. And this might be a level 1 lore coming in from the side of Nocturnal, because even the Fanny is there. She might not. If she tries to get a retry perfectly, she might get the kill. But nah. Why did I even say that? But because the Bruno's damage is too much with the Malefic gun, he has the range, and Fanny's cables are not that in point that she will manage to escape from the scenario.
I mean, true, like, Bruno does have 8k gold onto his hands, the highest in both sides. Like, he's doing a lot of damage. He already has the Malefic gun, the Berserker Fury, dealing out so much damage. And of course, just look at the damage even coming from Matilda. She isn't even going full tank. She does have the Flask of Oasis and the Oracle, so she is able to sustain quite a lot. Same goes for Azushin with the Clock of Destiny. Even
Ooh, there
Dragon
comes
can't
the
follow her.
Yeah, there comes the raging sandstorm, but the dragon, he is playing a little bit too aggressive. He is, I feel like, overestimating his sustainability in the fights. He is trying to do 3v4, 1v3 fights all the time, but because of that, their team will have to face the consequences, because they will need something to tank. They will need to be more macro based, so that their team can take advantage of that. And the Lord is coming there to marching towards the bottom of team Hug, and they will be defending it at this point. But look at the Matilda going in with the circling eagle. She might lose her life off, and the Fanny will be securing the kill on her. So both of the teams are doing some kind of mistakes. But look at the Khalid coming in with the raging sandstorm, but it will go to vain, because he is trying to be too much aggressive, and Team Hug will not hold back there to secure those kills and getting some lead on themselves, so that they will get the equipments they need to burst the enemies off.
I mean, true, and the Julian not actually working out for the side of Team Hug right now, because if he's there, he really needs to take down our solution. He really needs to try ganking up the Bruno. Just look at Bruno. He has a bounty on himself, 507. He has almost all of his equipment. He has the final equipment, the Windtalker, also into his name. He will be dishing out a lot of damage. So yeah, unless Zushin or Bruno is shut down, the team, especially Fanny, she needs to mark it out. Then they cannot do anything because the wall coming from the side of all, like he is being unstoppable.
Yep, and Fanny is going with quite of a sustained build. The War Axe, the Queen Swing, I would say. And she is being a little bit impactful in the fights, but not enough to stop it, because Team Nocturnal still has a lot of lead. Especially that's the reason Bruno is so annoying, because his damage, once he gets his item, he will be like insane. He's been dealing insane amount of damage to the frontliners. That's why Belleric is being forced to leave the team fights really fast, because he have no choice, because the Bruno is melting them. He will, like, till the time he will realize he will be in half HP already. And look at the Fanny. Fanny is trying to get the kill on the Jukshin, but Jukshin will be holding her, picking up and throwing up, and she will be forced to retreat again, because she is a tanky hero as well. And there goes the Yu Zhang again, going in the middle of four people, and Belric will be displaced by the Crimson Bacon there, and Fanny is going back to get some kill, but Matilda's Gilding will be helping her to come back in the position again.
I mean, 30 minutes into the game, 11k goal lead in the hands of Team Nocturnal at this point, and 69 doing an amazing job because he hasn't been taken down even once. Like, the kiting winds from the side of Matilda are really amazing. Like, she is the roam, but then again, look at her, 5 kills onto her name. With the circling eagle, she's actually able to take down those people who are trying to retreat. And the 13-minute Lord into the hands of Team Nocturnal. Let's just see if Team Hug is able to defend it, because if they're not able to do it, like at least they will be losing out all of the inhibitors.
Yep, talking about defending, they don't have a much of a lane clear, I would say, because it's just the Clint and the Julian will try to burst the waves coming in from all the sides. Meanwhile, Fanny is going to deal some damage, but Bruno will be finding the Julian there, and there comes the raging sandstorm, but it's not enough. He will be taken down. Fanny will be killed there, and only the Belric is the last man standing. He knows there's nothing he can do much, and seems like an easy win to Nocturnal at this point.
Well, 90% or 95% of the time, it's the draft which decides whether you're gonna win or lose. We could already see, like, Team Nocturnal taking up more of the heroes were actually the firepower, the current meta. So I think the bans coming from the side of both the teams, especially the blue team, giving away, like, even the first picking up a Yuzhang, which is a good hero, but then again, he cannot sustain in the current meta. And especially in tournament scenario, you shouldn't be giving out such heroes which you just gave away. And so yeah, there's nothing much to say. I think it was kind of decided after looking at the draft.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, I thought they have the mastery in this hand, but nah. Outside, like you said, like if you're not gonna pick those heroes, it's always better to ban those heroes because they are really a meta. Look at the Bruno's damage, 35. He's rocking with the 35% damage and 83% turret damage overall, and that's really insane, man. He's like melting out the Beleric. Beleric has nothing to do and the Yuzhong, if you say about the gameplay, was like a little bit too more aggressive, doing 1v3 fights all the time. But with this, Team Nocturnal will get the win, but Team Hug, hey, this is not the end for you. There will be more tournaments will be happening in the future. And guys, with this, we will take a short break, and we will be back to you in few minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MLOS Season 1. This is round 3, day 2, and this is going to be the best of one between Team LOL crew and Team Move On the red side. Today with you, I am your caster Asuya, joined in by Tami.
Hi Asuya and hello everyone. Good evening. So yeah, we are back with the BO1 series, the round 3 of the MLOS and looks like the draft has already begun. So yeah, they are just going with the regular ban.
Who
That is
said
going
there
to
are
be the
no
Fanny, which
shortcuts
is
in
quite
life? I
acceptable, I would
literally
say,
invented
considering
one.
how good Fanny is right now, followed by the chip. So standard bans coming by far. So in my opinion, they are just sticking on with the meta and whichever hero that is
Let's
not
make the
like
whole
that has
world
been left out from
green
the
and
ban section
lively.
like the Suyo Sicilian or the Jushin. But okay, maybe a respect ban, or I don't think they
Butterflies
don't they
born by
want to
thy
deal with
wish,
those heals. So
guided
a Florin
by
ban coming up,
lantern's
that is
light.
quite unusual, I would say.
I mean,
Hello,
true,
my friend.
healers are the last thing you would expect to be getting banned out, but then Team LOL crew is actually going in even for an Estes. I don't know what's on their mind because so many options are open. Bruno is open. Chip has been banned out, but then again, Alpha, Suyo, Sicilian is also open onto the grab. So, what do you think, Itami?
I am not the only
It's
one
like a
bound by these
double-edged sword actually.
chains.
Like you left out the strong kind of a draft of because of banning out the heroes like Florin as well as the Estes. So yeah, that definitely leaves out
Come
so many
years
good picks for yourself.
of
But
imprisonment.
an
Time and
unusual
tide
pick
wait for
once
no
again as a
man,
first priority,
nor girl.
Terizla is a good EXP laner. I do agree on to that, but I don't think right now he might be a
Only
first pick
love and
priority kind
night
of a
are
EXP laner,
everlasting.
considering there was the Sicilian, there was even the Bruno. So they would have gone for something different,
Fleeting
but
as a
maybe it
snake
might be the
through the
comfort
blood,
pick, and
as
they will be
timeless as
instantly
a
locking in
glacier's
the Aurora
heart.
as well as the Clint as well.
Well, yes, the side of Team Crew is actually looking forward to the non meta picks, the comfort picks onto their hands, but then again, time and time again, it has been proved out that no matter how comfortable you might be with a pick, it is always the meta which actually bans out, especially when it comes to a tournament
My mission
scenario,
is to
because
protect
like both the
lives.
teams are really good. It hands down to the
Ready?
execution
Go!
and also the picks, the draft. It is 99% of the time
Come
which is
on,
deciding
let's
factor on
roll.
will you be winning or will you be losing out? But then again, in this game, if you ask me, the side of Team Move On look to have better picks, Itami.
I will choose
I
my
highly
own
agree
path.
because they have three of the strongest heroes that are quite doing well onto this patch. The Beatrix is also good combined with the
To
grenade launcher
live
as well as the
is to
SSG.
Feeling
So
good,
yeah,
choose.
man? In
Beatrix
the
is
morning.
already a good pick, and
The
they have
Immortal One
prioritized
chose
the
me to
Franco as
vanquish
well.
the
So yeah,
shadows that
Franco
plague this
onto
world.
the second phases of the draft. If you are comfortable, like if you are quite confident you will be landing in those
Wipe
hooks,
out all
then
the
yeah, Franco
injustice in the
pick
world.
is a really good pick onto the early phases too. But
Experience the
okay,
euphony of
the
suffering.
Granger followed by the Suyo and the Chow. So the draft is already completed. Analysis wise, I was not able to do much. They were just auto picking and stuff. So, in your opinion, like you already said it, like it was the team red which have the better composition. And if you ask me as well, they might have the better draft, but execution wise, we are yet to see some action coming up.
Well, true, but then again, with the Suyo pick, I think things might take a turn because even Joe has been picked up. And if he's able to actually land up those flicker and the wave the dragon onto the Sicilian, because Sicilian has a lot of range. Just look at him. He is with a revitalize. Quite a peculiar spell right there because I I think it would have been better if he goes in with a purify because Joe will make sure to pick him off from the team composition from behind. Then again, with that revitalize, he does have a lot of sustain because already with the Clock of Destiny, a Sicilian is already really hard to kill. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, here we are into the land of dawn. Both the teams in looking strong. This is the best of one between Team Crew on the left side and Team Move on the red side. And with that, Itami, what do you think of the drafts?
I think they have decided to go with more of their comfort, but let's see how Team LOL crew will be able to work it out with that kind of a draft. So early game wise, one thing that kind of like surprises me is Sicilian is combined with the spell Revitalize. So that kind of like we don't see Sicilian being combined with the Revitalize quite often. Even onto rank games or like in the tournament scene, it's out of the question actually.
So, but just look at the flicker and the Frostbreeze is coming on to Hylos. Hylos is pretty quite tanky, and I do not think so. Terizla might be able to give the last push which is needed. Same goes on in the mid lane where Shoot to Kill is actually being harassed by Joe in the early game. Late of Kuibo looking really low. He's pushed out with the flicker, but the Soul Sever will be severing out the soul and the first blood going into the hands of Arsuya right there. Not a good, not a good trade because Suya does need a snowball, Itami.
Indeed. So yeah, early game aggression wise, he will be able to have some advantage. So if he will be able to get those kills like that, then definitely Suyo will have a stronger mid to late game composition. The hook coming up.
Oh, what a beautiful hook! But then again, the Simon Claws were also connected. But then, so you just took on the opportunity to take down the Sicilian right there. But the next on the chopping block will be Cable, as he was quite out of position and was also taken down by Suya. I mean, just look at him at this point: 3 kills, 2 minutes.
That was a good dodge actually, and yeah, being fed like that definitely a good news. And there goes Hylos 1v1 kill for the Terizla. So by far, even though the draft looked quite favorable for the side of the Turtle Beans lane.
Yes, just look at the way of the dragon connecting right there, and it will be Granger taken down right there. Like the jungler not having the best time of his life, especially because you really need to stack up on the minions, but he's just dying left and right. And just like that, the revitalize actually not working out good on the Sicilian.
Indeed, and the Death Sonata being used out. That Suyo has lot of damage. Even if he engages, he might have been able to get a kill. But that Sicilian was right there. So okay, this time on to the bot side off camp. The Clint falling down now. So finally a kill for the side of the red team. Team Move on actually able to get a kill, but aggression wise the goal lead as well as the team fights being favorable for the side of team LOL too. So their comfort picks are actually working out at least for the early phases of the game.
I mean, true, but then they really need to wait it out because Sicilian as well as Beatrix will need that scaling. But look at the bloody hand coming onto the toe, flickering away in mere of an HP, just manages to survive. Oh my god, what a play coming from his side. And then look at the Sangman Claw with the hook connecting onto Clint. Clint might be going down once again, the second time into the game. And with that, it will be a mega kill and double kill secured by Suyo. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, just look at Blade of Kibo taking that kill on. He that tank right there, but it is a triple kill for Suyo right there. He might go in for Blade of Kibo, and yes, the flicker is right there. The hook misses out. Will it be a maniac? Yes, it will be a maniac secured by Suyo. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, you do not give out a Suyo, and especially you do not give out a snowball. And he might even be looking for another. Sam is right there. Cecilia looking to be in a very bad position.
Oh my god!
My god, just look at that joke. The need to follow up is immaculate.
Indeed, like in only 4 minutes of the game, getting a savage like that, he have a higher ability to snowball, and the turtle already been spawned. I guess that is going to be an uncontested turtle side of. So yeah, if you can deal with the Suyo, then definitely ban him out. So if you can deal with it, why even open it out in the first place?
True, pick up an alpha, like you're picking up a Granger who is a marksman, and on top of that, he scales towards the late game and he gets those stacks up. But meanwhile, the same thing happening to Clint in the bot lane. He's getting suppressed by the bloody hand, and the kill will be taken down by Beatrix. Clint not having the best time of his life, but then again, the jungler is doing an amazing job.
Yep, and on to the mid phases. If he gets over at penalty zone.
Oh, the penalty zone along with the vengeance. The Glorious Pathway has also been deployed. The bat impact taking away the HP right there, but the Ring of Punishment will be punishing him away as Terizla was taken down.
Indeed,
and
like
Suyo looking in a
Oh,
very bad position right there. The bombardment coming from. Oh, wait a second. Just look at the hook connecting onto the Clint. But then again, the flicker coming in once again from the side of Suyo. Suyo doesn't have the second skill, Suyo. But look at the way the dragon connecting onto Beatrix. Will it be a Clint taking that kill onto her? And meanwhile, the mage taking the kill onto the tank. I mean, things not looking good for them. Just look at the rotations coming from the side of Team Blue.
Indeed, and they are not able to find those trades they need of. Chow might be trying to increase the batch speed coming.
And yes, he will be taken down, but then again, Wood was, he was in full HP, Tami, and yet he used up that revitalize. So I think that was kind of a misplay right there, especially trying to be solo. Meanwhile, just look at Clint not looking in a good position right there, followed up by 2 people, and the Bloody Hand coming in, but at the same time, the Way of the Dragon also connecting in, but then again, the Ring of Punishment will be taking that kill, and Joe will also be taken down.
One thing I did notice was Clint has already been taken down 4 times. So if this game actually goes to the late, that marksman will not be able to dish out those damage that he expects. It's only going to be the Suyo. So Suyo, oh my god, Aurora might be taken down.
Here the passive, the Pride of Ice been used up, and yes, along with the ultimate coming from Hylas, it will be Granger securing that kill. I mean, Granger also doing fine, the first kill onto his hands finally. And with that, the turtle has also come up, so maybe the side of the blue team might be looking for it, but then again, maybe Blade of Kibo is trying to provide some vision, the Sanguine Claws connecting right there, but Suyo will be grabbing onto that turtle with the retribution.
That is actually a fine retribution coming up from him. So yeah, 3 turtles for the side of team LOL crew. And okay, Granger, in terms of the level, yeah, so you're quite ahead. But it actually, if it goes out to the late game and Clint not being able to dish out more damage, then it might be favorable for the side of the red team. But looking at the pace of the game, it is going so far so good for the side of the team LOL crew. So they are able to keep up with that momentum, then maybe it would be favorable. But Clint getting taken down, that is actually not a good sign.
Oh, the clean concealed gameplay coming in. The flicker has been forced up, and I think it will be Blade of Kibo who will be taken down. What was that gameplay? I think he would have successfully just recalled, then he kind of cancelled it away. At the same time, look at the bot lane, people looking really low, and yes, it will be a legendary crap down by Asuya once again, as Beatrix been taken down, but look at that damage. Wave Dragon connecting on Shoot to Kill will be the second on the chopping block. Meanwhile, he will be paying with his life as Hylos taking the showdown, but that doesn't matter because the turret will be down again, and Sui might go in for Granger. What is that positioning? I mean, why are these people soloing without anyone?
Without a roamer as well. So yeah, a 4-for-2 trade for the side of Team Blue. So even onto the mid phases, it is looking quite favorable because the Suyo hasn't been fallen down even once. So if he is able to keep up with that, then definitely a good sign for the side of Team LOL crew. But I do think onto the late phases, if they actually go out with a misplay, unless and until a misplay doesn't happen from the side of Team LOL crew and overextension doesn't happen, then they will be able to secure this match. But still, I pretty much think this match is yet to be over. In terms of the gold, they are like 4k gold ahead as well as the tower, but an engage coming up.
Just look at that. So we'll be taken down for that over engage. Meanwhile, freeze coming with 2 people, but then again the penalty zone not connecting onto really anyone. And with that, Glorious Plasma has also been deployed, but look at the damage coming from our, how was that spellbound right there? Terizla actually able to survive. Meanwhile, Hylos looking really low. It will be a killing spree for our Clint.
Yep, and looks like Clint has finally gained up some momentum. Going for the side of Team Blue, they might be able to get at least a few towers with this. And if a wipe out, then maybe even a game end as well. So the Lord is about to be spawning, and still Team Move On hasn't found that opening they are supposed to have in order to gain back that momentum onto the game. It is still Team Blue having the more dominance right here.
Oh, the penalty zone connecting onto Granger. Granger will be taken down by the slate right there. The Way of the Dragon and the flicker kind of misplayed right there. But then again, the hook also missing out. The Sanguine Claws actually connecting onto people. And the damage from the bad impact is not yet enough. All the turrets taking down only the inhibitors from the side of Team Red. Right there. But just look at that. Bad impact. Taking that kill onto Clint. People looking really low. So you will be able to dash away. But unless our Vampire King has something else to say, but then again, look at the heal, the spell bomb coming from the second skill. Everyone behind Suyo. Suyo will be taking down the Simon Plus, actually not connecting onto anyone. Yax is there for the help, but then again, how much can you sustain in that low HP? Double kill secured by a Franco. And Teresa right there might go in for some poking, but that's all you should be doing. Just look at that Beatrix actually missing out her skills.
Yup, and looks like Team Red are finally found
Oh, the bloody
opening
hunt coming in. The bombardment on coming in, and yes, they will be taken down once again. The frost breeze coming in, but right team at this point looks pretty. Wait a second. Oh, the dash and the flicker used up by Ranger right there to prevent himself from freezing. And I think the successful defense, but then again, these are the kind of misplays you really need to avoid, Itami.
I highly agree. And yup, Sicilian is a late game monster. You need to watch out for him, even though 5 deaths already. And if he is able to get those stacks, then he can be the game changer. Unless Team Blue comes up with a mistake that just happened onto the lot fight. If they continue to fell off like that, like a 4-for-0 trade, then it might be a comeback kind of a situation for them. But by far, the Suyo has only fallen down once, so he is still the hyper carry. Tenisla.
But then look at the Teresa, the hook also connecting on along with the Sanguine Blast, the damage. It means it's 1 versus 4. He's totally getting wrecked right there, and no way he can escape. And with that, I think it was a pretty good trade-off because both the teams were on opposite side of the map. Meanwhile, Yax trying to provide Wave of the Dragon connecting onto Blade of Kibo. Not a good choice right there. But then again, look at the damage coming from Clint. Yax also manages to survive with the hook and the flicker coming onto Clint. Clint will be taken down. Not a good trade from Marksman. At this point, when the Lord is about to spawn, look at the Sanguine Blast at the back. It's back damage. Yax in a really low HP. He will be getting the dashes. Meanwhile, just look at Suya looking really low. At position,
Oh,
but
wow.
to double dashes, he will be able to secure that kill onto Beatrix. What a gameplay! Oh my god! But then again, the jungler down, the marksman down. It will be a free lord for the side of the team. Let's move on.
And agreed, and overextension are definitely costing them right now, considering it's already the game.
Just look at the Pride of Life. When you stop as the Bloody Hunt connects on to the Aurora, Aurora will be taken down right there, and King looks to be all alone between 4 people. The Sanguine Blast connecting, the Bat Impact's damage is way too much. Yax trying to just buy some time with the Way of the Dragon, but then again, the Vengeance has also been played up, and I do not think so that King will be able to sustain unless our Clint does have something else to say. One more hit, and yes, our Blade of Kibo will be taken down. Meanwhile, Yax trying to provide some zone right there. The immortality hasn't popped away. The damage coming from Clint. He will be able to take that kill onto Beatrix, but then again, Hylos onto the scene along with our Granger. He will be traded off.
Oh my god, like Clint kind of overextended in there, and definitely it did cost him his life, but he was able to get at least 2 members. So a 2-1 trade for them, like for that Clint, they got the 2 members, the Hylos and the Beatrix. That might be quite worth it. They will be able to defend it at least for now, but overextension is definitely not looking a good sign for the side of Team LOL crew. Hylos trying to engage onto there, but still no engage is coming up. It might be the Teresa coming up with that engage, and Stow trying to dive it.
And I don't think so he will be diving in, but the Sanguine Blast connecting onto God Ninja. Look at that Frigid Glacier connecting onto the Sicilian, but he will be able to escape right there as the Bad Impact takes that kill onto Aurora. Meanwhile, the penalty zone onto 2 people. They are not looking good. Look at the Winter Ground gameplay along with the Revitalize, but then again, overextension as he will be taking a lot of damage. And meanwhile, look at behind the scenes, kind of an equal trade, 2 for 2, but then again, the blue team not going to be in a good position right there. Tesla trying to clear it up, but then again, the damage from a Beatrix and from a Granger can actually knock it down, but just look at that overextension right there. Clint will be securing that kill onto the Granger. They were able to take down the mid lane inhibitor turret, but then at what cost?
I mean, at this point of the game, I don't think which team would you say has the higher chance to engage.
Where is that? The Winter Ground gameplay coming in. The Sanguine Blast connecting, and look at the immortality bot in, just swapping right there. Oh my god, Tetsuyo is pretty amazing. But then again, it will be Beatrix taking that kill. Meanwhile, Clay trading it off The Polaris pathway has been deployed, the slow coming in, but two of the Swishy members right in front position. Yak's trying to provide some zone in, and he's trying to zone away. Sicilian, the Sanguine Claws connecting along with the bad impact. The damage isn't enough right there, as the trade-off not looking in the favor of the red team at this point.
Highly agreed, and it actually looks more like a rank game for me, actually. So, yeah, in terms of the tower as well as the goal lead, I don't think that goal lead is going to be mattering much because it's already the lead phase of the game. So, they are getting those final items, and the Lord about to be spawning, and whoever teams gets it, they will have a higher chance to be ending this game. So, in terms of the tower, it like for the side of Team Red, they have all of the inhibitors. So, for the side of Team Blue, LOL Crew, they don't have the towers. Like, they don't have the mid inhibitor. Oh my god, Chow missing out! Oh
That was a
no.
misplay right there with the kick, with the ultimate. He will be taken down right there. Not a good trade-off, but the hook connecting onto Hylos. Not a good sign, but then again, he's been frozen by the frigid glacier. Actually not connecting onto anyone. Blade of Kibo forced to use up his Flicker. Meanwhile, just look at that Hylos coming in once again, and Clint will be taken down. Look at the same time, Blade of Kibo will also be taken down because he's trying to zone people away. And I think this might be the end. The 16 middle lord easily in the hands of the red team right there. Three of your members down. You do not have your marksman, so a very bad initiation can literally cost you the game. What do you think, Itami?
I highly agree, and the death timers is like kind of high as well. They might be able to make it on time, but if the lane sync is onto the point, then no inhibitors might be remaining for the side of Team Blue this time, as well as they might be able to end the game too. So, before the Lord actually marches out onto the base, if they are able to find those trades, it would be quite favorable. But Granger is right there. Suyo is aware that if he engages there, then he might actually end up losing his life because onto the late phases, Granger is quite strong compared to the early game that the Suyo has.
I mean, true, the Lord marching down from the mid lane, the rest of the team also kind of company. And just look at the damage coming from Aurora at this point. The Lord also coming in. There might be some Sanguine Claws coming into the play as it's actually not connecting onto anyone, but just look at Joe trying to go in the penalty zone, landing onto two people along with the Vengeance. The Frigid Glacier connecting, not connecting with the second
Oh
was
no!
going to ground gameplay right there, but then again, Beatrix will be taken down. Our Clint, not a good sign right there because the marksman is really needed to clear up all those lanes. Three people fighting with the hook connecting onto the Rizla. The immortality is right there. He's actually able to save his life, but then again, it will be Hanos who will be taken down and Beatrix will be managing to still our Cyril. She did get that immortality right there, the Pride of Ice being forced out, and I think it is a complete wipeout. And the victory going into the hands of Team Move On. I
Oh my
definitely think it
god.
was the Sicilian.
What a comeback, actually. So, yeah, Beatrix was also able to dish out a lot of damage. And I guess they kind of lacked it out when it come to their positioning. It was only the Suyo who actually had that snowball kind of an ability. Chao was trying to engage with his way of the dragon plays, but Flicker plays didn't actually connect onto the point when it mattered the most. So that is what went like that might be what actually went wrong for the side of um, LOL crew and team what do you say it? Oh my god, I'm so bad with the names. But Team Move On were
Move on.
able to, yeah, Team Move On were able to like hold it out onto the late phases like I expected, and they were able to manage to proceed to the next rounds as well as so yeah.
Both of these teams, like if we see, they were kind of throwing in the beginning. It was the side of Team Move On who were getting picked off solo, especially by our Suyo. He was able to snowball, and then again, like one team fight was needed near that base when they kind of got wiped out. And since then, it was the side of Team Crew who were actually picking off people left and right solo, especially that duo of Franco and Hylos doing an amazing job trying to take people down. And of course, if your team is split apart like that, you will not be able to do anything. And Clint needed to play it safe. Maybe a win could have helped him out because he was getting a lot of damage from Granger, from his ultimate, and also the Beatrix. But then what's done is done. I congratulate both the teams for the gameplay, and it will be great if you participate in more tournaments like this because it's always good to watch. Especially I'm a fan of that Suya.
I do agree. Like his plays was actually good onto the mid to the like early to the mid phases. He was the hyper carry for the team. So if his team was able to hold it out and not actually feed, like not actually gives more kills for the side of the red team, then maybe the results would have been quite different. But I guess that will be it for this match. Me as well as Asuya will be signing off for now. We will be back with another match.
And with that, we are finally back with the MLOS Season 1. And like you all know, we are in the round 3, day 2 tonight. We have Team DS on the blue side and Team Orpheus on the red side. For this game, I'll be your caster Shinryu, and joining me would be none other than the beautiful Jinx. Say hello to the chat, Jinx.
Hello, hello. Thanks for the introduction, Shin. I'm excited because this is my first time casting here, so I'm sort of looking forward to seeing what these teams have up for us now. Like Shin said, the side of Team DS versus Orpheus. Hopefully, I don't mess up the name, but we're going to look at the draft here. The ban the Matilda immediately now. I just came back after playing two girls tournaments, and that's also the first ban for everyone in the girls tournament.
Definitely, the Matilda brings so much on the table, the mobility, the sustain, the shield, as well as that escape. I mean, the engage and the disengage tool for that Mathilda is the perfect hero to have in the roaming section at least, because it can disrupt that backline as well as give that extra bit of mobility that the team requires to go for those fast rotation on the
Who
map.
said there are no
But again, you
shortcuts
can
in
see
life?
another
I
Avengers
literally
assemble hero
invented
getting
one.
banned here. That would be the chip and
Fight for
an
the
instant
ultimate
Hilda ban
answer.
coming in. The bans are really quick here, Jinx.
True. I mean, I think they came with a game plan in their mind. Maybe they're looking at targeting the pocket picks of the side of Team Orpheus, and that's why they know what they want to ban out. I mean, especially in tournaments, right? You want to do your homework, you want to know what your opponents are going to pick, what they're comfortable with, and maybe that's what the side of Team DS have done. But Chip, universally banned, he's always in the ban section. That's kind of his home. You don't really want that Avengers Unite situation throughout any part of your game. So that's
I
understandable.
didn't
But
feel the
now
pain.
this can be
I
back
harnessed it.
Valentina now. That's sort of a, I mean, not a prior ban, right here, Shin. I mean, it depends on the sort of heroes you play. I don't think Valentina
Butterflies
deserves to be
born
in the
by
ban
my
section.
wish, guided by
I mean, with the
lantern's
bans
light.
coming in right now, you can say that banning that Hilda would open up a lot of assassin picks in the jungle, because the Hilda is a constant threat to those, squishy junglers in the early game. At least she can disrupt the farm really, really well.
Time to
And
take the
that
field.
ban, that is the Valentina, is I think is done because they want to pick something like that, Eve in the mage section, or maybe some other big ultimate heroes like the
My mission is
Paramis
to
here. But
protect
again, with
lives.
the Bruno being banned, that is a very good ban coming in for that goal lane. And the first pick of the match would be that Hylos going in for a flex pick, I would say, out here.
Oh, true. Now, speaking of Valentina, maybe they want to go for a Tigreal, a sort of CC tank, and that's why they banned it out. Now, Bruno as well, performing very well in the meta right now, especially with the Malefic gun, so understandable ban for
Where
that.
there
Now,
is light,
you were
there are
asking
also
about the high
shadows.
low, so I think might be a roam
Muscle of
high
iron,
lows. Depends on the
bones of
EXP pick because the
steel.
color is still open if they want to go for it even the 4 years now. Gato gets picked up, we know that's going EXP along with the Louis, right? So those
Only
teleportations,
love and night
those
are
diversions
everlasting.
really going to facilitate those fast rotations for the side of Team Orpheus. Now, in response, we see a Cecilion pick coming in on their side. Now, Cecilion was a gutout. What do you think, Shin? I mean, I think it's a risky combination.
Definitely, the dive coming in from that Gatotkacha would be really difficult for that Sicilian to counter, because he has to instantly use that flicker just to get out, as he does not have any blink skill, and that would be the perfect moment when the team can
Rise
collapse on
beyond
that squishy
greatness
backline, because
and
again they have a
reignite the
good dive coming in, and
star.
with the Louis, you can teleport instantly at the backline again. With the dragon being locked in, I think that's a very good front line secured for that Cecilion to shine. Now, with the picks like Cecilion with a good marksman, you want to secure the tanky front line, the people who can engage for your team, as well as give that peel, so you can deal those free hits coming onto the enemy. Right now, the draft is looking pretty good, and with the dragon being locked in, we already know that this Hylos will go to the mid lane. Now, the mid
Brother,
lane is
the
really
Empire
strong
is
coming in for
safe
the
on
side of
our
team
watch.
DS right here, but again with the Fanny, that is a lot of strong early game. Along with that, Louis, I don't think so that Sicilian will have a very good early game.
Yeah, I mean, especially since they already picked up their tank as well as EXP, there's really no one in their arsenal for now, other than if they want to go for utility jungler like the Fredrin or someone who can stop the Fanny. Other than that, there's really no one who can protect the Sicilian, right? The Gattot as well as the Fanny,
Time to
he's gonna have
drop
a
the
pretty
beat of the
tough time.
flash.
Maybe he wants to build up a bit of defense in his emblems. Now they ban out the Joy from the side of team Orpheus. Now I was sort of expecting them to pick up the color themselves, because then they have so much dive in the arsenal that the Cecilia won't be able to do anything in the game. Now, second phase of the bans, we're going to see what the side of Team DS picks up. I would be banning out Khalid.
I think they should go for those goal lane bans coming in right now because both the teams need those, strong
Time
goal
and
laners
tide
right
wait
now. As
for
you can see,
no
the Beatrice
man,
hitting ban is the
nor
proof of
girl.
that. And once they have a very good goal laner for the side of Team Orpheus here, as well as for the side of DS, they want to play for that late game much more, even no. So for that late game to come online, they need a very good, strong early jungler. A Martis would be really good here, in this game because he can give that early game peel as well as that damage that is lacking right now for the side of Team DS here. But again, they can pick a counter for that Fanny like the Moskov in the goal lane as well as that jungle section. They can pick
Come
that
on,
what
Dexter.
do you call
It's
that
our
Fredrin.
showtime.
So a lot of
Mm,
picks still open for the side of Team DS if they want to counter that Fanny. Particularly, they can go for those picks, but again, with the goal lane being shut down right now, things are looking very spicy because what will come into that goal lane is the question for everyone right now.
yeah, I mean, they are looking to ban out those gold lane picks, maybe a Nathan, maybe even a Carry here if they want to go for it, because that Hylos as well as Yuzong would get melted pretty quickly. Depends on what they want to ban out. Iksha is still open, but they are taking their time. But I want them to ban out the Khalid Yoshin. I don't know. I mean, you send the got out in the roam, you pick up the Khalid, and then that backline has literally no one to defend themselves against the onslaught that might come
Experience
in.
the
But they ban out the
euphony of
Granger
suffering.
instead, like you were saying, they look to target that goal lane. Now, if I was a side team office, I would pick up my goal lane immediately, right? Because that, lane has been targeted completely at this point. Just pick it up early.
Right now the side of Team Orpheus, they have the chance to steal that Moskov
I've
Okay.
away,
been
but
waiting for too
instantly they
long.
wouldn't do that. It seems like they are comfortable with that carry, shredding those high HP heroes on the front line again. Right now, their EXP lane as well as the roaming section is still open. So if the side of Team DS go for that Moskov pick, it can be countered by that Phobius right here. So I think that is a very good pick right now coming from the side of Team Orpheus, picking that marksman before that EXP lane or that roam here. So that does give them the opportunity to go for that flex pick again coming in for the side of Team Orpheus here. But right now with the clock, I mean with the timer running down, they need to go for those
Need
two
some
picks,
stitches? I
and
Mm.
it
can
wouldn't be the
help.
Moscow like I was talking about.
The
It's
immortal
instead
light
Oh,
shows me how to
uh,
Melissa.
vanquish the shadows
Melissa.
that
So I'm a
plague
bit
this
surprised with
world.
the picks coming in, but again, how do you feel about a Melissa versus a carrier?
I mean, instead of a carry, it's a gutout, right? I mean, if the gutout picks up the vengeance that Melissa, even, I mean, the amount of damage she's going to deal is just going to be, reverted back to her, and she's going to have a pretty tough time. I'm not sure about the Melissa pick. I think they're sort of going for, they realize there's no one in their team who can really protect them against the Fanny, so they picked up the Melissa, right? The shield she gets with her ultimate, maybe to, keep the Fanny away, but it depends on how well that's executed. For now, I do have to say the side of Team DS, they are lacking severely in the CC department. There's really no lockdown from them, except maybe the user with the Petrify, right? And that's if he manages to catch anyone, because the carry is going to go Purify. The Louis has the CC to just, push him away. I think the draft is lacking that CC, Roshan.
Definitely, that is the case. But again, with a draft that is made for that late game, you do not require so much CC. Sometimes the frontline peel can be enough, for the heroes to shine. But that is only if the game reaches for that, 15 to 16-minute mark here. That will be the, the time limit for these heroes to come online. As you can see, we are going in for this game. The spells are kind of interesting. I would say nobody picked that vengeance like we were talking about. They are going for that, that Garuda is going for the revitalize, and the Belleric is going for a flicker instead of that vengeance like we are used to. And this Melissa is on inspire, so I don't think so she can position herself really well if that Fanny and that Gatotkacha dies onto her. So is that a really good choice here going in this game, Jinx?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking, especially the Belric and the Gatot. Maybe one of them should have picked up the vengeance so that they can, easily take down Aloy here. But they choose not to do it. I'm a bit surprised, but it's fine. We're already into the land of dawn. This is going to be the side of Team DS on the blue side versus Orpheus on the red. Which match is it of today? Is it the second last match of today? I believe. Now both teams they are going to take the buffs or maybe similar rotations from both sides. But I do have to say here, Shin, the side of Team DS is just that you know. They have the late game definitely, but the early game, especially when you're up against a Fanny as well as a Louis, it's going to be pretty tough defending because Cecilia as well as Melissa scale towards the mid to late game.
Definitely, that is my concern as well. The peel as well as, I mean, the damage coming in from the side of Team Orpheus is really high for that early game. If they go for a snowball with that Fanny, that will be pretty hard for the side of Team DS to counter because their heroes really rely on that late game item spike as well as the, damage being built up. But again, on the top lane, a lot of rotation coming in. The Fanny being marked in and the Shuya going in. A lot of damage being placed, but he wouldn't get taken down. As you can see, the Hylos will get taken down. 4 members already on the top lane from both the sides, and I think they will go for a reset or no. The Shuyo wants some retribution for that tank being taken down, but I don't think so. He will be able to take down anybody as the map goes back to silent. But again, on the bottom, you can see the Shah residue being procced from that Rutkacha. I think this lane is going to be a stalemate, but again, look at that. There is the retribution that we were talking about here, Jinx.
Yeah, he was looking for it. He didn't get it in the top lane, but he found it in the mid lane now. Fanny is just reached her level 4 right now. She's a bit, slow in rotations, but look for that. Look, she wants to try and go on to the Yuzong, but doesn't manage to catch him as well. And this just might be a free turtle to the side of Team DS already. And this is what they want, right? Especially with their composition, they want that early game snowball. Because late game they don't really have any lockdown heroes for them. Now Gato here using up his AOG completely misses, but we're going to see a skirmish towards the purple buff.
Yes, the Fanny won't be able to secure that. As you can see, the retribution was used by that Shuyu to get that blue buff for himself, and this will put that Fanny on the back foot because she is heavily reliant on that, blue buff, at least for that early game. Despite having the buffs, she still struggles without a blue buff. So I think this will buy some time, for the side of Team DS to get that stacks for their heroes as well as this items power spike little by little. But look at that bot lane though, 3 members diving onto that Yuzong chunk. Really Grow does not have that black dragon form anymore because he used it a while back and will be the victim of that gank right now. But again, on the top lane, the Fanny really chunked low by 2 members, has to back off, has a steel cable. So the gank does not stop there because the glorious pathway used onto that carry will get sandwiched between 4 members, and another kill going in the side of Team DS right now. The Fanny wants to go back in but does not have enough energy and might get traded. A double kill going in the hands of that Melissa, already doing very well in that early game.
Yeah, but Fanny, though she's having a pretty tough game, she lost her purple and then, she's unnecessarily diving in. There was no point because, she lost her life. Now, the purple buff is going to come up in 10 seconds. Suyu is lingering around in that area, but looks like he doesn't want to go in for the steal. No, wait, never mind. He is going to go for it. The Hylos are like, come on, buddy, let's get it. Use up his glorious pathway, and Fanny just wants none of it. She's going to retreat.
I don't think so they will be able to do anything because the AOG is used but not to any avail because there is no one to support him. The members had to back off. Forcing that fight from the side of Team DS, was a good choice. Denying that Fanny a blue buff will give them that advantage, but Fanny going to the top lane, grinding that steel cable onto that Melissa, and that Cutthroat will secure that kill for himself, but the turtle will go to the side of Team DS once again as there is no contest whatsoever.
Yeah, slowly the side of Team Yes, building up the goal lead, they're a 2K goal lead right now. Fanny is definitely lacking behind. They needed that early game ball, right? With that composition of this, with the Louis, with the Fanny. They have a lot of piece in Arsenal as well, but sadly they're not able to layer it up. The rotations are a bit slow compared to the side of Team DS now. Fanny definitely has to make up that jungly speed, but got got some damage on her already within the finals of the game. And it's going to be a different gauge over here, but they're going to get that top lane in the
Definitely, but I think the Fanny will try to look for a trade on the bot lane. You can see him trying to push that turret just for a trade off, and I think that's a good decision, splitting that map right now. Cross map plays will be really benefiting the side of Team Morpheus because they are not finding too much resources on the map as they are just, stripped off of every buffs, every, creeps from the side of Team DS right now. They are on the driver's seat trying to force that mid lane. The AOG will get cancelled and he gets a knock off, will get shut down from that Sicilian's damage, and that Belleric fought in the midst of four members, maybe five right now, and he will get taken down as the blue buff will be again denied for that Fanny. As you can see, five members just out there, lingering all the time, instantly whenever the buff just spawns.
Yeah, I also don't see the layering of CC from the side of Team Orpheus, where they're sort of following, being very reactive to the side of Team DS. They're very unsure of where to go in the game. No proper rotation as well, especially since they had the Louis with those diversions. I was expecting a lot of ganks coming in from their side, but sadly, the mage as well as the tank, they're not rotating together and they're sort of lost now. Once again, they do have carry for the late game though, and now we see a diversion coming on to the bot lane now. Total is up on top, but looks like they're going to be ignoring that completely and they're going to focus down that goal lane because now they know that carry is the only choice they have, to win this game.
Oh, but the Fanny wants to go in, but does not find that damage because the ultimate will be used defensively, but not really to any avail because 3 versus 1 cannot do anything. But again, on near the turtle pit, you can see another person going down from the side of Team Orpheus right now. I mean, Team DS here. The Fanny goes in with the speed cable, but does not find the damage yet. As you can see, the glorious pathway used just to slow down the members, and the Fanny will get taken down as the Louis just taking tons of damage and will be forced to retreat as the members are, just can't find the damage whatsoever. They do not have that items yet locked in for their side.
Yeah, I mean, Louis, she just has the enchanted talisman. Sadly, those diversion gameplays that we expected in the early game didn't work out, and that's why they're so behind on form. But now she is using that diversion though, but completely in the wrong area. Has to figure out of there now. Fanny going in, but has to retreat as well. Gato to the AOG, but look at the damage from Sicilian.
Yes, would be enough to take him down. As you can see, the Belleric forced to flicker but won't be able to survive because the Sicilian is already online. And on the top lane, the carry being chased by that Shuyu won't be able to survive because the chase is just too high from that hero. As we're just 8 minutes in and the goal lead is just favoring the side of Team DS here. They are in complete control in this game as they are leading both the gold as well as the kill score right now. You can see again on the mid lane, there is a lot of movement, but I don't think so it will translate to anything right now.
Yeah, a lot of movement with those, steel cables, but all she did was manage to hit a few minions. Now, the side of the office definitely need to, get those team fights on point. It's just that they don't have the damage right now. Maybe play it a bit safe, wait for, carry to farm up and then go for the late game. But unfortunately, on the opposite side, you have a Simeon, right? And if you're thinking of late game, he is going to be unstoppable because already he's dealing so much damage now. First now the game is up. I think it's going to be an easy secure for the South Team DS because once again the family does not want to contest for any of the objectives. I think they lost 2 totems already and now they lost a lot as well. And this is going to be very tough to defend because they barely have any items whatsoever.
Definitely, she has lost hope for that blue buff. At least as you can see, she's going for the split push on the bot lane, and none of the neutral objective was contested. And like we were talking about, they have that carry for the late game. But I think the side of Team DS, they would be more than happy to fight for that late game as they have better scaling with that Sicilian, with that Melissa. Really, really strong in their own departments, and it's just like I don't see the chance of that comeback anytime soon because what do they do for that late game? Because it is not favoring their side. As you know, as you can see, the disruption is so high from the side of Team DS, and the dive is just being difficult for them to avoid even with the Benedict CC. But as you can see on the bot lane, that the fight is already taking place as the Fanny going in with the steel cable, not finding that angle yet. The AOG will get used and the Sicilian will finally fall as the rest of the members trying to get out. The healing will not be enough, I believe, because two members are going on. But again, on the top lane, you can see the trades coming in. Four members already falling. The carry is the only person trying to defend. They will be able to defend that lot, but again, losing 4 for 1. I don't think so. This is looking good because the minions are still marching in right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is having a easy game right now. He does not even have any damage item here, Shin. Like, he just made a dominant size, and on the opposite side, there's only Beldrick with the dominant size. I think Louis just got her glowing one right now, and no wonder he was having such an easy game, right? He does not need anything. He has defense, he has enough damage in his arsenal without any items, especially since the side of Team Orpheus, they, like we were talking about, right? They didn't really contest for anything. They were letting the side of Team DS just free farm. They weren't using the early game to their advantage, and that's why they're having such an easy game right now. I mean, Zeus as well, always targeting that Louis, right? Especially from Louis, I expected a few diversions. Now, if you're talking about win conditions, I think at this point, all they have is the carry, and carry needs to, really pick up the pace and try to chunk down this high lows. And other than that, they don't really have any option. Maybe a good diversion gameplay with the Beldrick and the Guttoad, but I don't really see anyone helping out Ken here with those diversions. Like, he's always teleporting alone.
Yes, the decision making is a bit sloppy coming in from the side of Team Morpheus here. They are not able to, find that right moment to, go for those fights. There's the opening is just not there yet. As you can see, the holy defense will get procced for most of the turrets as the base will be really wide open if the side of Team DS decide to take this lord, because it's gonna be an enhanced lord. The 12-minute mark is nearing very soon, and I believe they will go for that enhanced lord. They will just wait a little, and the wave clear is there, but I don't think so it will be enough if the side of Team DS wants to dive in with this lord right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're even gonna contest for it now, especially with the Louis. You always expect, like, if you're on the losing side, you expect a diversion towards the Lord, but I don't see that happening. Especially since Fanny, she's not in any of those teams. Like, she's sort of at the back foot. She has to go for the split push, and she has not contested for any of those objectives, being the jungler from the side of Team Office. Now she's gonna try and delay the Lord just a bit, but we do see Suyu doing a rotation, and Fanny has to retreat over there. I think she does get caught out, but now she escapes with that steel cables. But Yuzong here using his ultimate a bit prematurely. He's gonna go in pretty deep.
Yes, but they do not have the waves yet. As you can see, the Yuzong Wing so low from the turret damage and will get taken down as the rest of the members are trying to collapse on that Beleric, taking a lot of damage, forced to flicker, and the top lane inhibitor turret will be open, and they have cracked open that base as the Sanguine Claws will get on to two members, and that Louis forced to flicker, but the Gadot caster getting caught in Mist of Hall will fall as the damage is being placed from the Sicilian. So much the bad impact is hitting like anything, and as you can see, they are falling apart. The side of Team Orpheus, they're not able to defend as it is a 4v2 situation, and that Grace Crystal will just get taken down. And with that, we have come to an end for this game with Team Orpheus taking the dub in this best of one series.
Yeah, pretty easy victory for the side of Team DS. Sadly, the side of Team Office, they had the early game, they had the rotation capabilities, but they weren't utilizing it. They seemed a bit lost without coordination. Maybe work on their communication just a bit. They had everything in their arsenal, didn't they have Shin? I mean, they had the Belric for the Melissa, they had the Gutout for the backlane dive. I wish they had picked up the Vengeance, but they had enough to actually counter this draft. I thought they were going to win just looking at the draft, but sadly, they failed the early game, and then it was just an easy snowball for Soyu, right? Aquino here with the MVP, zero deaths, so he played pretty well, and like, you have to give it out for the Sicilian, right? 32% damage. I mean, he was just hitting like a truck in the late game.
Definitely. I'm not sure if I think Team Orpheus won the game, but I mean, it was just Team DS, okay, guys? Just
Yeah.
spare me for that. So, yeah, Team DS got the victory in this game. And yeah, like you mentioned, Akino was really doing well on that Shuyo, able to invade the buff of that Fanny constantly and denying him that purple was the right choice because the best way to counter a Fanny is, just stop him from taking the jungle, especially the blue buff. So I think that was a really, really good decision coming in. As you can see, every time the buff was spawning, there were three, four, five members from the side of Team DS just constantly being there, denying any type of dive coming in from that Fanny. And again, I think the side of Team DS, they really played it disciplined. They had that option to go very um, dive composed, really aggressive, but sometimes they chose not to. They just went for that aggression which was required and they got most of it I mean they got the most benefit out of it. I think that was a really good game coming in terms of micro and macro because they were able to take the turrets really synchronized manner. They were able to push one lane, they were then going to the next lane targeting simultaneously. So I feel like the decision making coming in from the side of Team TS was really good, whereas the side of Team Orpheus, they were really bit too defensive in some sense. They were like not really sure when to take the fights, and even if somebody wants to take the fight, the support was not really there. And I believe you have noticed that as well.
Yeah, but too bad for Self Team Orpheus. Now the Self Team DS go on to the next round. A very clean game coming in from them. Congratulations to Self Team Orpheus. I mean DS and now Orpheus. Best of luck next time. Looks like I got your curse here, Shin, when I'm saying Orpheus. But we'll be right back here with one more game of the night. Stay with us.
Definitely, we'll see you soon, guys.
Okay, all right. Welcome back, everyone. This is the MLOS season one, round number three, day number two. Now, we're at the almost towards the ending of today. This is going to be the second last match. It's reincarnation versus the side of Team Holocaust over here. Now, on the castle desk with me is going to be Shin once again. Shin, are we expecting some excitement?
Definitely, the names really, I won't say excite me, but really um makes it funny for casting this game again. So let's see what do these two teams have in their you know draft so far, because that's what we are going to talk about right now. As you can see, the bans will come in soon from both the teams, and I believe, okay, that is a ban we don't get to see getting taking place at the first. So Hayabusa will be off the chart. So I think they might be eyeing for a good marksman or a good mage for that side of team reincarnation here.
Yeah, maybe like those backlane mages that
Only
need a
love
lot of
and
protection.
night
I was
are
going to say Cecilion, but
everlasting.
Cecilion gets banned out. Maybe the Iksha, maybe the Layla as well. Now I know Bruno is going to get banned out, so I'm not going to mention him this time around. Now, second ban for the side of Team Reincarnation. Meanwhile, though, I'm going to agree with you here. I'm not going to take a few names of these people. Like, I mean, come on, guys. That's so unnecessary. Now they banned the Matilda once again, so that seems to be a prior ban, especially in this phase of the tournament. Because, like you were saying last game, right, the disengage and engage mechanics she provides, along with the heals, is very difficult to counter. Now we're going to see the second ban from the side of Team Holocaust. Now, they're probably going to ban out the Bruno because you don't want to give that first pick.
Definitely, but instead they will ban that chip. This is a very big trend where one team bans the Matilda, the other
Muscle
team will
of
go for
iron,
that chip ban. So
bones of
denying that,
steel.
like we mentioned, the Avengers assemble heroes basically. So again, yeah, I feel the bans are pretty decent coming in from both the teams. We are, seeing the repetitive bans with the Garud Kacha getting banned. That's more typed denied from the side of team reincarnation here to the side of team Holocaust. So I believe they might be eyeing for a good marksman like that Bruno. So with the Bruno being open here and the Popol being the ban, which we don't get to see very often, I would say an orthodox ban. I think the side of team reincarnation can pick that for themselves.
Yeah, the Bruno is still open though. We all know such a meta hero right now. First pick in almost every tournament I see, especially the Malefic gun. Probably want to go for it immediately. Just close your eyes and go for that Bruno. Okay, they do pick it up. Maybe change. Okay, I was gonna say change up that inspire, and he does do that and picks up the flicker. Now, I think the Popo was a target ban for someone from the side of Team Reincarnation. Maybe it was a pocket pick for one of them. We know how good he is at chunking down those turrets, right? With that early game push when he plays the hyper. So maybe the side of Team Holocaster did their homework and they pick up the Zushin as well as the Hilda now. Someone to finally tackle that Bruno, right? The Hilda does really good at.
Definitely. The Hilda does provide a lot of sustain with the revitalize as well as her passive from that bush. So I believe, the Hilda will really deny that assassin pick coming in from the side of Team Reincarnation here. So the Zushin is really weak against the dive composter like those assassins, especially the Hayabusa already being banned. This is really good for the Zushin to shine. She does not have to be constantly be aware or be on guard for an assassin pick coming in, but again, the ban with the I mean the
I am
pick
not
with the Hilda
yoga
will work
bound
in
by
favor or
this
not. So
chain.
entirely depends how disruptive she is in the jungle section to the opponent side. But with the Phobius and that Vexana being picked, that's a lot of CC coming in, I would say, and a lot of
Experience the
sustain as well from
euphony
that
of
Phobius alone.
suffering.
Yeah, especially the Hilda, right? Like you were saying, we expect Hilda to be pretty annoying to the jungler from the side of Team Reincarnation. Maybe, go in, try to steal his buff, at least make him use up his retribution and delay those early game rotations, which is what Hilda is good at. Now, I'm expecting more backlane dive from the side of Team Holocaust here, right? Maybe they want to pick up the Hylos, maybe pick up the Joy as well in the hyper position. pretty good hero to counter that Bruno with his range. Now, they do ban out the Carmella here, but it seems like they're going for that, team fight wala composition, not those pickers. They want to stick together and melt the opponents down. But that's going to be a problem, especially against this Vexana. She is going to just, terrify you and then knock you up with that knight of hers. So it's depends on how they want to go for it. Um, for now, second case of the bans, we do see the side of Team Reincarnation, what they want to ban out. I would be expecting a Joy or Khalid ban. Okay, no, they ban Tigreal instead.
A lot of people don't know. There is a TikTok trend I've seen somewhere, okay, maybe a reel or something like that on Instagram, perhaps, where the Bruno, along with the Carmilla, is really strong. The Carmilla uses her ult, and Bruno uses his ult, the Wall D, and that's it. That just gives them a 3 to 4 man like wipeout. I mean, not a wipeout, but 3 to 4 man get taken down instantly because the damage is just so much with the help of that Carmilla's ultimate. So that is a good denial, coming in. But again, with the Phobius pick, you want to go for that constant fight, the team fight. So having that Carmilla would have really benefited them because they want to, have somebody to give that extra bit of team fight assistant from behind. So the Carmilla was the perfect choice. So I think banning it out is a really good choice. And you can see the alpha ban is really good considering they have a Hilda who can get melted down from the
The
true damage.
Immortal
So
One
I think the
chose me to
bans are really
vanquish
good
the
coming in from both the
shadows
teams.
that
But
plague
the
this
Khalid
world.
once again is open. But I don't think so both of the teams would like to go for that yet because the next best pick would be that Hylos with the glorious path to, giving that extra bit of mobility for the side, like for any side. But right now the side of team Holocaust have picked that hero.
Yeah, I was expecting a Hylos pick, especially, for this Bruno. I'm also expecting a Joy pick or maybe Assassin like a Ling. You need that backlane dive to lock in the Bruno as well as the Vexana because right now there's not much CC from the side of Team Reincarnation other than the Vexana, and she's pretty easy to pick off. They are looking for a Cho. Now, Cho would be really good, especially against Zushin, maybe even that Hilda, right? Just lock her, target her immediately, kick her towards the backline, let Bruno melt her down so that you don't get that annoying poke and,
Sail across the cosmic
engages
sea
that
to the
Hilda
end of
we know
time.
is famous for. And looks like the side of Team Holocaust here, they are looking for Assassin. The Ling would do good. Maybe even the Joy Fanny works as well, but the Cho is there, so that's a bit dangerous.
I mean, if you're really fast with the Fanny, the Chow doesn't really matter. But again, the Chow does counter out a lot of assassin, forcing them to use their skills or, just
It's
backing
not
out
every
because
day you see
once he
such a
locks down
handsome
those heroes,
dragon
it's really
tamer
difficult
like
for them to
me.
come out of there. But so far, the draft seems pretty balanced, I would say. Both the teams have good dive and good pick-off based hero for their side. And I would say the scaling is what now is going to matter, for both these sides. I would want to see how this matchup goes on the goal lane, at least for that grandeur, because we know with the revamped grandeur the CD is really really low, but it's again difficult when you have those hero diving onto your face like the Phobius, like the Cho, and like the Nolan. So it'll be interesting to see how this game will go. But right now, if you have a choice here, which draft would you go for, Jinx?
I would go for the side team reincarnation just because they have a good amount of frontline as well as good amount of CC. The Bruno pick is really good. We know how how, how much he's sort of everyone wants him right now in their team. But I'm not sure with Nolan precaution. I mean, he is fallen off in the meta. Maybe would have preferred something else. But the teams have logged in their draft. It depends on how well they execute them because this is going to be the second last match of the day. The side of Team Reincarnation on the left side versus the side of Team Holocaust on the red side now. Hilda here, we were talking about this in that early game poke she provides, and she's already on to that. They're poking up that Vexana. She's getting pulled back again and again. She has to retreat. She had already used up the flicker as well. Joe finally coming in with that save just in time, but Hilda, no, she just wants to keep being annoying.
Definitely, you can see the rotation coming in already from the Grandeur too, and that Ling, they having that river control really well. This is the strong mid control that we were talking about, because as you can see, the Ling already going aggressive onto that Nolan, but will be able to get out of there, but forced to use that retribution just to secure that jungle creep. But I think the resources might get denied by the side of Team Holocaust. As you can see, they are really going aggressive, and the Chow almost getting taken down, but will be able to get out of there. Does have the flicker still, but this really opens up the top lane for gank. As you can see, they are, making their way on the bot lane though. A 1v1 going on between the two fighters, but I don't think so anybody would get taken down yet because the damage is not really enough.
Yeah, especially for certain Holocaust, they need that early game snowball for the Link. It looks like he's going to be able to get that. He's going to dive onto the Vexana. Vexana, no flicker because Hilda and as well as the Lucian had baited it out in the early game and they get an easy first kill. Now, Vexana is still level 2 version. So that's going to be a pretty easy total for the side of Team Holocaust.
Yes, I don't think so. The side of Team Reincarnation would look to contest for that turtle, considering they are trailing behind in terms of gold as well as experience on their heroes. So I think this might be a free uncontested turtle going to the side of Team Holocaust, unless they want to contest for it.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know. We can see on the mid lane a lot of aggression coming in. The Hilda taking a lot of damage, but would be able to heal back up, just going back to the bush. So on the top lane, you can see the Grandeur does not know that Nolan is there, so he needs to be careful. But you can see the turtle will get secured from the side of Team Holocaust here.
Yeah, that was so easy total, and they lost out almost nothing. Now Hilda being pretty aggressive, doing a bit of bush checks. Now Zushin as well. She managed to pick up the Cho and drop him down, and then she picks him up again and drop him down again. Now Fabius has come in to the party, and he's gonna try and get the Hilda.
Oh, the Eternal Knight being used, but the Zushin going in. The members are clashing, but the damage was not really enough. As you can see, the fight just turned around, and Team Reincarnation out of nowhere taking control back to their side. And what a fight! Like, just break it down for me. I don't even know what happened there, Zings.
Yeah, I think that was the Vexana. Now we do Nolan here. He got his Skype also just in time as well. Managed to get those 2 kills along the damage from the Vexana was enough for them to get it. Especially because they sort of clumpered around in one spot, so it was easy for her to do that bit of CC. Now the side of Team Reincarnation, right? They were losing the early game just a bit, and looks like they got it back up with that 4 kills they got up top. We're going to see Nolan once again try to get this high lows, and he has the damage right now with that Sky Piercer, and it's easy kill on the high lows now. Maybe they want to play it a bit safe for now, because I think Nolan, okay, he has 10 stacks for now, but it's going to grow, and he has the damage as well, but no, they want to still play aggressive.
Oh, the Nolan caught in the midst of it all will fall, and the Vexana will be next to get taken down. As you can see, the Bruno trying to give the damage. The Way of the Dragon used onto that Hilda won't be enough, as the Grandeur forced to flicker, but won't be able to survive because the damage will be placed by the side of Team Reincarnation. A 2-for-2 trade coming in for both these teams, and the neutral objective will spawn once again.
Yeah, I mean, just over engaged. It was unnecessary. Maybe they could have just waited for the turtle play objective. Now, Zushin here, he's going to pick up the Bruno. Bruno has no purify, no flicker, and the Hylos is slowing him down. He used up his dash to escape over there, but that's a free turtle for the side of Team Reincarnation. They're looking for something up top, maybe try to get the turret, but that's going to be a 5v5 fight up there. But Nolan doesn't want any of it. He's going to rotate bot lane.
Oh, but look at that. Phobius doing havoc on the backline, but will be not getting those damage plays as the Eternal Knight falls, but the Phobius will be the first to get taken down. The Revitalize being used. The Chow wants to go in, does not go for the engage yet because he did not get the target. The Ling with the Tempest of Blade getting the damage onto that Chow will get taken down as the rest of the members are trying to back out, and a 2-for-none trade going in the favor of Team Holocaust here, and they might take this turret down as well on the top lane.
Yeah, but in response, the Nolan does get the bot lane inhibitor. So that's a good trade, but they lost the team fight completely. Nolan probably should have been there because that was a 5v4 and he's gonna lose his purple buff as well. But Phobius still looking for more. They are just brawling out Shin.
Oh, the way of the dragon did connect onto the link, but won't be getting the damage yet as he is able to get out of there with the point pitch. As you can see, the Phobius in the midst of it all will get traded out because the members did not want to take that fight. As you can see, both the side are sitting with 7 to 7 kills, but the goal lead is slightly favoring the side of Team Holocaust. I feel like the next fight might determine who will take control once again.
Yeah, the total is gonna come up in 30 seconds now. It's really reincarnation. They're sort of taking those unnecessary fights that they shouldn't be taking. They're diving in a bit too deep, and Zushin is just picking them up and dropping them down. It's sort of like a circus at this point. They want to be aggressive, but they don't have the early game for it, and they are just giving away a few free kills. Right? Maybe they want to wait for the Bruno to farm up and then take those fights. Now, for now, total is spawning up. It's going to probably be the last turtle for now. Both teams, I think Nolan is going to secure it pretty easily. Ling is a bit too late, but they are doing a good job in zoning them out.
Yes, but look at the zone. The glorious pathway also used just to zone the member out. The Phobius is trying to go in, but the Link will be able to secure it as the Phobius will be the victim of that, aggression coming in as the Link goes on to that Chow, deals a lot of damage, does not have the way of the dragon, and he won't commit for that kill as that Bruno is completely isolated. There goes the 4-5 members actually to take him down, but for the trade-off, you can see the Nolan pushing that mid lane turret and might get a blue buff of that Link too.
He might, but Link is coming around and it goes to the Nolan. Link does have the total buff though, and they're winning those team fights. They're getting those objectives, right? The turrets that it's required, and that's how you win the game. You need those turrets now. Especially the Phobius, he is going in a bit too deep. He is being way too aggressive. Once again, he's between 3 people. He's getting picked up, and he gets thrown down as well. And now Hilda gets one more kill onto him in the top lane, and that's gonna be one more turret to their side.
Oh, but the Chow gets that G Kunda knockup, but did not go for the way of the dragon yet. I think the glorious pathway was used, but the deadly grabs will cancel that advance of that Hylos, and they are forced to back off as the Bruno dealing a lot of damage already. He has locked in that malefic gun, has that extra bit of range, but that is only the silver lining the side of Team Reincarnation has as of now, because the turrets have been taken down, most of it. But here comes the way of the dragon on the mid lane, getting that grandeur locked in, and he will get taken down as the rest of the members trying to go for a 2v5 situation. But the damage is not really enough as the members will get out of there, and the Zushin really chunked low as the Hilda wants to go back in again. It seems like the Chow is not done yet as he goes back in, taking a lot of damage. Really chunked low, and here comes Ling, but will go for that little water though. But again on the middle, you can see the Hilda taken down, and the glorious pathway used, and the Phobius will also fall. The Ling going with the Tempest of Blade, gets the blade, but not really enough damage as he's not getting that angle to take him down. But on the top lane, the Bruno will get that kill onto that Zushin, and with that, the fight is just turned around. As you can see, the Chow will get that Link taken down, did not have the Tempest of Blade anymore, and what to say, Jinx, as you can see, Team Reincarnation back in control as they're taking that Lord down.
Yeah, I mean, Link's Tempest of Blade. It sort of fell around the wall, right? So he couldn't catch all of them, and that was just a messy ultimate from his side. He probably could have gotten all the kills over there if he just timed his ultimate correctly, but he was just a bit too eager for those kills. But I do have to say, the side of Team Holocaust are doing an amazing job at zoning out Reincarnation. Even though they lost that last fight and they lost that hyper, they were just like, nope, we're not going to let you take the Lord. The Lord is ours, and they have full control over the map. Look at their positioning, right? They are everywhere at this point. But Zushin is all alone. We do see Choi going on to him using up the way of the dragon, but the Purify comes in. But that's 3 versus 1 over there. He's going to get taken down.
Yes, but that did bring a lot of time for the side of Team Holocaust to take that Lord, and I think the side of Team Reincarnation won't be able to get there on time as the Lord is being taken down so fast. And I think with the retribution was not even required. As you can see, the glorious path already used, and the members are going in for all brawl, and the damage from that link not really enough. He goes for the Tempest of Blade, but again on the back line, the damage is being placed by that Phobius will take down that Hylos, and the Ling is forced to back without any kills for himself, and a 2 for 0 trade going in the favor of Team Reincarnation, as they are, having the better team fights right now.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I think the Ling, instead of focusing onto the Vexana, maybe she wants to focus down onto the Bruno. Bruno, for now, does not have his Berserker Fury, but he went for the Malefic gun instead for the range. But that's why he's not dealing that much damage. But if you keep letting him free farm, he's gonna deal a lot of damage, and then because no one's really locking him down, he's just gonna take down your whole team. For now, Lord is marching down the top lane. So once again, going in the way of the dragon, Lucian here used up her ultimate to flicker out of that fight.
Yes, another fight being forced in. The members are really low. The Ling will get taken down. So will that Phobius, as the damage from that Bruno is already online. He has led, Berserker Fury, like we were mentioning, locked in for himself, and the Lord is marching on the top, and I think that will be get cleared because the Chow is caught in the midst of it all, taking a lot of damage, forced to flicker defensively, and will be able to get out of there. But again, the members are trying to chase that Nolan. Also be able to take down, but the minions are crashing in from all the lanes, and I think the base inhibitor might get taken down soon. As you can see, they are trying to, trying their best to clear those waves, as the show is not done yet. He wants to go back in, does have the way of the dragon, but I think they need to show some discipline and just go back to the map farm.
Yeah, they have good lane clear though with the Vexana, the Bruno as well, so they can clear it out pretty quickly. Maybe they want to focus down on the bottom inhibitor, but no, they want to take a team fight.
Oh, the damage from the Nolan will be enough, as the members are getting taken down left and right. A double kill being secured for that Nolan, but he will also get traded down. The lane going for a dice. Tempest of Blade getting knocked down. Two members will just get one kill, as the Bruno will be able to survive, and a 3 for 2 trade, this time favoring the side of Team Holocaust, as they have the better lead. And you can see the members trying their best to, just choke the members from the side of Team Reincarnation once again.
Yeah, maybe the Vexana wants to pick up the Winter Crown. Now she has two magic necklaces in her build to get a bit of the mana. Maybe she wants to sell that and then go in for the Winter Crown, because the Ling is just knocking her down in every team fight, and she is just, she's not able to do much because you need her CC, right? You need to protect the Bruno from the Hilda, from the Ling. Now Cho here once again getting caught out between three people, and Ranger coming in the snipe with that ultimate and just easily knocks him down.
Yes, that Sky Piercer doing that magic for him, can get the kills at the right moment, because the Lord is already on the map. The Phobius wants to go in, trying to, disrupt the front liner for the side of Team Holocaust, but they have brought enough time for the side to take the Lord. As you can see, that he's not done yet, as 4 members already walking onto that Phobius, trying to take him down. The Ling wants to go in, but did not find the angle. The Zushin trying to use the landed flare to bring the members down, as the Phobius is really caught in the midst of it all. Will fall. Ranger will get taken down, as the Phobius will also fall eventually. A 2 for, okay, so 1 for 1 trade going for both the sides, and the Lord is taken from the side of Team Holocaust though.
Yeah, I mean they have good lane clear. Once again, I think they can defend this lot pretty easily, especially since the side of Team Holocaust seem to be retreating. They don't really want to contest this Lord. Now, I do see from both sides that discipline you need in the game is definitely lacking. From the Phobius, especially, he is just going in way too deep, unnecessary team fights again and again. And he's the front line for his team, right? If he loses out, it's going to be so tough. Now, Cho going in once again with the way of the dragon, but instead, Zushin goes in with the ultimate, and she sort of flickers away, and now Cho loses. Okay, no, he's still alive. He managed to retreat there, but they lose that bottom lane inhibitor. They did this last time as well. They're not clearing out those lanes. Maybe they want to focus on those lanes first and then go in for the team fights instead of just brawling it out the whole match.
Definitely, this is what happens when your priorities are not in check. You will lose those inhibitor turrets, that you're trying to defend so hard. As you can see, they are, confused whether they want to take that fight or whether they want to defend their base. As you can see, some members are aggressive while the rest are trying to go for that, defensive slow gameplay until they locked in all their items, as the mid lane is being so much point of focus, as both the teams trying to find that engage. The Chow does get that knocker, but will not go for the way of the dragon yet, because I think he was not confident with his kick yet, and I think the side of Team Holocaust, they are okay with playing it a bit slow because they want to, get the resources out of Team Reincarnation here. As you can see, the Zushin caught. Okay, he will be safe because the Chow, is double thinking for his kick. He's not confident as he was in the early game though.
Yeah, I mean, they're finally showing that discipline you want them to show, especially with their composition. Four looks like I jinxed it here. Shin, I mean, like I was saying, like unnecessary, just completely between five people, and he just got instantly deleted over there. I mean, he went in and he was out of the match so fast.
This is a bit overzealous coming in. You indeed jinx it. This is what we call the caster's curse, and it did fall onto him. As you can see, the waves are crashing down. I think they will be able to crack open that mid lane as they do not have any more inhibited turrets to play with. As the Chow is caught there, will get taken by the hands of that Ling as the members are trying to go in aggressive, knowing that it's a 3v5 situation and the waves are there. I think the Bruno will be able to clear, but the Lord will spawn real soon, and I think another discipline being shown from the side of Team Holocaust to go for that lot instead of overextending that fight.
Yeah, especially Cho as well as the four waves, right? I think what you want to do is peel for your team instead of going in for those engages and those pick outs because it's not working out. The only person they're targeting right now is Lucian, and Lucian has the Purify. She has her ultimate, she can jump out there immediately. Maybe what they want to focus on instead is protecting your backline, and it protects the Bruno, protect the Vexana so that they can deal the damage. Let the side of Team Holocaust engage first and then go in for the reverse engage. But they are just playing so aggressive. They're jumping in unnecessarily. The Lord was coming up, and they were like, "No, I'm just going to lose my life here." And that's so undisciplined. It's just completely random gameplay coming in from the side of Team Reincarnation. Now, Lord is going to march down the mid lane. This is going to be the second Lord of the, I mean, third Lord of the match, and it's going to be a pretty strong Lord, right? Like this Lord has gone to the gym, and he's going to target your base immediately. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this Shin.
Oh, the glorious pass already used. The way the dragon connects onto that. Hylos won't be the right target he was looking for as the damage being placed so much. As you can see, the lane going crazy with his plays. And the members falling already. Two members getting taken down as the Lord is still not cleared. But the Chow, okay, the Bruno damage really would be enough. As you can see, the but getting those kills was not really enough as the Lord will target that base. And with that, Reincarnation will lose this game and Team Holocaust will be moving to the next round here, Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, like I think we already discussed this. Just not good discipline coming in from the side of Team Reincarnation, especially the front line. You want to be able to peel for your team to protect your backline. We didn't really see much of that. It was just again and again unnecessary team fights. Like you die once, you learn from your mistake, but that was just not happening here, and they were just going in unnecessarily over and over, giving away free, kills side of Team Holocaust. They're just giving away free gold. Ling was just having a field day because they were overextending so much. Now, if they just held out, towards the late game, I feel like they had the damage, they had the capabilities to, turn the game around, but they were just not able to do that.
Definitely, it seemed like the Phoebus wanted to go for that flank and the Chow wanted to go for those pick off plays, but on the side of Team Holocaust, they were really able to read along the lines and they saw it coming. So every time the side of Team, Reincarnation was trying to force this fight, the punish was already there. And like you mentioned, their target was that Zushin, and she already had a purify. So kicking her wasn't the best choice. The side of Team Reincarnation did, as every time the Sushin was being the target, she was able to outplay that in some sense, and that is what happened because I mean, it seems like both of them wanted to be the hero for their team, but it just worked against them. Their overzealousness did not work in their favor, and that just gave the side of Team Holocaust that window to win this game. And talking about the itemization, I just saw Bruno having both the Malefic gun and the Malefic
Yeah.
lore, so that is not something you want to see from your marksman because he's the main source of your damage, and both the items have the same passive, so they do not stack. And I think the
Yeah,
itemization could have been a bit better from the side of Team
yeah,
Holocaust.
I
I mean, Team
mean,
Reincarnation.
true. I was looking at it too, and I was a bit surprised. I think he thought he could stack up the penetration from the items, but you can't really do that. Maybe he could have gone or a wind of nature instead, maybe some magic defense. But I know you probably should have sold off all their boots, especially Fovis probably should have taken Rome as well because he is so behind on farm, right? But I don't know, weirdly the Vexana is lower than him.
I mean, it's just the things did not fall in place for the side of team reincarnation, and I think with a bit of more communication and practice, they can become very stronger because they have the micro for their side and they know what to do on the map, but they are just not confident, comfortable around the timing to do those things. So it's just they just need that proper guidance perhaps, so they can come back stronger. So with that, I think we have to go for a short break because we have one more game awaiting us in a few moments. So Jinx, we need to, you know, give our goodbyes for now, maybe.
Yeah, but we do have one more game, guys. This game, unfortunately, the side of team reincarnation, they do lose out. But better luck to them next game in the future tournaments. Hopefully, we see them again. And congratulations to the side of team Holocaust. But everyone, stay with us. We have one more match of tonight. It's going to be the last match of the day. So stick around, and we're going to see some excitement coming up. Alright, everyone, welcome back to the last match today in the MLOS Season 1 tournament. This is round number 3, day number 2. This time around, now we have this head of team DS as well as Spooky Lovers fighting it out, battling it out for a chance to go into the next round. Now, joining me after this once again, Shin. I hope you guys aren't tired of us because we're going to cause this last game as well.
I mean, we have to do it whether we like it or not, but we are not tired of it, obviously, guys. I'm just kidding. And we are finally back with the last game of the night. We have Team DS on the blue side and Team Pookie Lovers.
Those that
Something
plague
we
this
all are,
world.
very used to the name. So Pookie Lovers on the red side, but with the draft coming in, we can
My
see
mission
the
is
bans
to
coming very
protect
quick.
lives.
The Shu Yu and that Hylos will get banned here, Zinx. I mean, let's not talk about the bans. Any prediction though?
I mean, I don't know. It's maybe they want to ban out the four wheels, maybe the chip as well. We're seeing a lot of Matilda bans coming in. Two. Okay, no, they banned the Bruno, which we were talking about, right? He's pretty annoying. Sadly, last game we didn't see how annoying he is capable of being, but the side of Team DS, they just want none of that when they ban it out instantly. Now, second ban for the side of Team Pookie Lovers was it? I mean, the first name is also Cupcake, so they have a pretty cute
Fireflies
composition going
born
on.
by thy wish, guided
Definitely,
by lanterns
usually we are
light.
not used to seeing that Bruno being banned from the blue side because usually, I mean, most of the times the team would like to prioritize that hero for themselves, but it seems like they have some other heroes, planned for their draft. So let's see what are they cooking in that lineup. So again, the side of Team Pookie Lovers, they will ban out that Zushin, a lot of mid control, and we saw in the last game as well, how well Azushin fits into any draft, always able to annoy the frontliners, not giving them any space or, that annoyance that they want to be can be really punished by the Zushin continuously poking and, dealing that damage with the build once it is locked. But this time around, that Hilda will be banned from the side of Team DS. So I think they might go for assassin here because considering the Hilda kind of, nullifies those assassins movement in the early game at least.
You know, Shin, I was just remembering, like the Sheetal, I've seen him around, right? I've seen him in a few land tournaments, and he plays a amazing, extremely good Fanny. I mean, I've been seeing him play Fanny XP, Fanny Roam, and no wonder the side of Team Pookie Lovers, they ban it out instantly. That Fanny would have been really, really
Only
annoying. Looks like they
love
did
and
their
light
homework, and
are
this time around, we see a
everlasting.
Cecilion getting picked up by Carrie Burt here immediately for that mid to late game prio and the damage as well. So that I don't. I feel like you can go, especially in tournaments, right? Maybe go in for maybe like EXP, maybe those prio picks. But Sicilian is something you see in rank games.
True indeed. Sicilian is something we don't, I mean, at least in the higher tournaments, they won't prioritize as a
This
first pick,
time,
but again, giving
the
it away to the
truth
second
rises
pick
when I
is
give the
also not
word.
something you would want to do, considering how strong that Sicilian can be in the mid to late game. And if a
Muscle of
proper front
iron,
line is there for that
bones of
Sicilian to shine,
steel.
it's just gonna be, a snowball type of game because at least for the first half, the Sicilian would be really silent, but the mid to late game power spike would be just so lethal, and no teams want to face off that if they are smart enough. That is, again, the bans and the picks were really fast. We were just covering up the Sicilian. I can see the answer back with the
I see lots of
heroes. I mean,
prey.
the Xavier, the Khalid, the heroes already being picked so fast here.
I am
Jinx, you
not the
just
only one
can't cover
bound
this
by
up really
these
quick.
chains.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're a bit tired. Maybe they want to end the game quickly or have their dinner and go to sleep. Maybe we're going to see a fast game here, Shin. Now, the Khalid has, but speaking of fast games, it might not be because there's a Celion, there's a Xavier, both mid to late game
Always on
heroes.
the
But the
way.
Khalid is going to be pretty annoying for the Celion. The Gatut is there for the support, but they need a bit more frontline just to stop the dive coming in from the Khalid. Now, the Hyper for the side of Team Pookie has been picked out. We're going to see a Raj now, not really a prio pick, but they do lock it in and they ban out the 4 years, and now Matilda gets banned out in the second phase.
Yes, I mean, Matilda was left open and neither of the teams prioritized that, and so was the chip. So in the last two games we saw, they were the prio bans, and this game around they are, getting banned in the second place. So something we are not really used to. But again, the Roger being picked, still a question where that hero is going, whether it will be the gold lane or the jungle section. But I'm not really too sure about Beatrix versus Roger matchup, considering the Roger is not really the strongest pick right now in the current meta. There are a lot of better heroes to use in that gold lane, but again, it was a subject of flex pick. But if that Alucard or another assassin get locked in, it will be played there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a. I mean, I'm hoping it's going to be a Roger Jungle. I don't think he does well in the gold lane now. But instead, they do seem to be looking for assassin. Maybe they want to target this Cecilia and they realize Roger is not going to be enough for it. And they're going to send him gold lane now. Okay. I mean, they're sort of, sending us on a doozy as well. They pick up the Granger. I mean, they sort of scared us there here, Shin.
Everything in the wind.
Yes, with the okay, but wait a minute. Do we see that right? Because I see a retribution on that grandeur. So it is not going to be a gold lane grandeur, but a hyper grandeur. Matlab, this grandeur is going in the jungle, guys, in the Indian accent. So just kidding. I mean, yes, a grandeur versus a lane matchup, we are not really used to show. There's threat for that to position himself early game because he has enough. I go for that with the toolkit, second skill, obviously. I feel diverse, but let's see what turn around being locked in.
Yeah, Shin, I think your voice is breaking just a little bit. But I do have to say, Granger, when they changed it up, when they, revamped him, they sort of made it very clear that they want to see Granger in the goal lane, and that's where he gets that stacks for his passive, right? But this time we're going to see him in the jungle. I'm not sure how well it's going to work out. I have seen a few teams trying it, but sadly, the team composition that they have in there, and they just have no frontline other than the Karnit. It's going to be so hard for them to, you know, counter the dive coming into the cutout from the show. It's going to be just very, very annoying here. The draft, I feel, is too squishy for what they're trying to pull off.
Definitely, with two marksmen, you really want to secure a strong front laner so they, they get enough space, enough field for them to shine. But just with the Khalid, like you mentioned, it is not really enough field for the side of team Pookie lovers here. But with going inside the land of John, I want to welcome to all our lovely viewers for the final game of the night in the MLOS Season 1, Day 2 of the round of 3. We have Team DS on the blue side and Team Pookie lovers on the red side. But so far, talking about the draft, it does look in the in bit favoring side of Team DS here with the front to back composition that they have. They have a very good pick off as well as sustained team fight. But again, it comes down to that execution part, where these teams will have to show that discipline as well as a good micro throughout the game.
So now we're already going to see Sheetal being really, really aggressive. He is already taken down immediately. He was looking for a bit of, trying to disturb the jungle or the Granger, which is good because, they don't have any frontline, they don't have any early game heroes, but he went in a bit too deep. He had no support, and there was a four-man rotation coming in to take him down. But it's fine. He's just the tank, right? He's just the tank. It's going to be okay because right now, the Rider here, he is also looking to take in. They're taking complete advantage of their draft.
Oh, but the blue buff will go to the side of team. Yes, as you can see, the Tempest of Blade connecting, and members are so chunked. Members are chunked really low, and that is a 2 for none trade coming in. As a Chow will go in, will trade off that skill, and will get double kill for himself. But we would have really liked for the skill to go to the jungler instead of the roamer, because it's just gone wasted with the kill again going back to the side of Team Pookie Lover.
I mean, it's fine. We sort of know what they're trying to do, right? The side of Team DS. Now we just want to go aggressive because, like we were talking about in the draft, they have no feel from the side of Team Pookie Loves. They have a Florin, they have a Khalid, and other than that, they really have no one to stop. Now, mid to late game, they're going to start rolling, struggling, right? Because the Khalid is not going of killing much of the damage. He's not going to be able to stop the Ling or the Cho from diving into the back end and getting the Granger. Now Granger still not level 4. Looks like all that, the dive and the coffee and the dive is going to the Khalid and they managed to get one more kill. They're going in for the Xavier here.
Does not have the flicker, and that AOG will, be the death of him. As you can see, the members were there to give the damage, and the turtle first neutral objective of the game was first neutral objective of the game already being walked on. As you can see on the top lane, the Granger taking a lot of damage, but so is that the Kacha does not have that. AOG will use that revitalize just to sustain a bit more, and the way of the dragon connecting onto the Granger, and he might fall. And with that, another kill going to the side of team Pookie Lover, but I mean, I'm Team DS, but they will, get that kill onto that show once again, falling 3 times, the only casualty in that team fight for all those fights.
Yeah, but he has 4 kills in his arsenal, and he's just the tank, right? He's sort of because I think he's taking all the kills of Ling, and Ling is like, bro, I know I want to make Sky Fiercer, but I am not going to do it if you keep doing this now. Carry Burt, you're going in a bit too deep. They try to. And then this Xavier tries to follow him out, and he gets caught out. Very good rotations coming in from the side of Team DS, right? They're taking a complete domination. They are losing a few. I mean, few of their members, especially the show, because he is, doing a lot of peeling for his team. But they are getting all those objectives. They've completely delayed the farm, the Ranger as well as the Xavier, and that's why they just can't rotate anywhere.
Yeah, this is the problem with the support as your roamer, because the marksman will be subject of the aggression, and that's just how that Roger will get taken down, and he will also lose that bot lane turret. As you can see, the Zhao going in does not have the wave. The dragon might have gotten a kick, but once again on the top lane, look at that. The trade coming in, the fight is so back and forth, but I think so far the goal lead is going to the side of Team DS, but a Chow again with aggression, and the damage from both the mages will not be, I mean, that is just Sicilian coming on top. Just 4 minutes in, and the Sicilian doing so much damage. What is this happening here, James?
I think it's just a draft issue coming in. You have Roger gold lane, you have Granger jungle. Why not just send the Roger jungle and Granger gold lane? Because that's how the devs intended him to be played. Now, once again, they just cannot defend whatsoever. We see the Celion going into the Sanguine Claws, pulls the Roger back into the fight, and they manage to get the kill. They're being so aggressive right now. As no care in the world, he's just taking them, stunting into half HP. They have to recall into the base now. You do see them get a kill onto the college. I think it's just a one-sided domination coming in from the side of Team DS. Alright, now once again, the show as well as the Cecilion being very, very annoying on the Xavier, as well as the Granger as well. They don't have any Purify on the land other than the Florence. So you're going in for a solo concealed play. I think he's just taunting them out here, Shin.
Definitely, it seems like the side of Team DS, they are really, eager for that early, hungry for the win as well as for that early dinner. As you can see, they're not stopping anytime soon, as they're really going aggressive, but the heal will be, sustaining the side of Team Cookie Lovers a bit longer. The Chow Chung's really low, trying to back off. The AOG will get used, but not to any avail, because it will not connect onto anybody. And the damage being placed from both sides, and Team DS on the run. Team Cookie Lovers are trying to go in aggressive onto that tank. I mean, Gatot Kaza sustaining so much damage. As you can see, the Ling going back in, the Tempest of Blade being used, the Khalid will fall, but the Ling will get traded down for that kill. So will that Gatot Kaza fall finally. And a 3-4-2 trade going in the favor of Team Pookie Lovers right now.
Yeah, the side of Team DS, this is sort of taking it a bit too, chill. They were just like, let me just go taunt them in the base, and then Pookie Lovers just came back with a few kills there, but sadly the goal lead is still in the favor of the side of Team DS. It's a 5k goal lead. The Roger gets taken down between three people. They are getting caught out again and again, and especially once again the draft, right? They don't really have any vision provider for the end. There's no one to give them any idea of where the opponents are in the fight now. Ceylon gets taken down. You see Ranger doing his best to deal the damage. They managed to get down. Uh, that's a double kill over there. This is scary.
Definitely, they are not being able to punish the side of Team DS here. You can see they are just walking out. That is a 2 for 2 trade nevertheless, but again on the top lane, Chow taking a lot of damage from that Khalid, but he won't get that final slash onto him because, he will be able to get out of there with a Shunpo, but okay, just recall on time. It's so close here, Chinks, both the teams trying their best, but I mean, right now the aggression is just favoring the side of Team DS throughout.
Yeah, look at that once again. Florin, she's trying to give her team the vision, but she's not really someone who can give the vision. Thankfully, she heals up her team. Now, Cutter going into the AOG. Are they going to get something, Yosin?
Oh, but they are really aggressive. As you can see, the Ling will get the kill onto the Grandeur, and they're trying to find more members as 3 members are already falling. Maybe a 4th member falling anytime soon, but no, they will be able to get out of there with the flicker, and that is just so bad for the side of Team Pookie Lovers as they also lose that bot lane inhibitor turret. Beatrix putting in the work. Satyam just won that turrets. He does not care about those skills anymore, and with that, the Lord might go uncontested to the side of Team DS as they are just in control, and it just seems like they won that early dinner and that early victory for themselves.
True, I mean they're eating quite a bit in this game themselves. Look at the show once again. He saves the Xavier instead, kicks him into the base. But Cecilion trying to do as much damage as he can. Now the response coming in from the side of Team Pookie Lovers. They get the Cecilion and now they're chasing down the Beatrix. Khalid as well. As the Rod instead, that's a reverse attack and the AOG from the gutter.
Definitely, but again on the backline, Ling doing the work, able to take down 2 more members, and with that 4 members have already been taken down, and Team DS, they might to look for an end into this game as they have the wave, they have the Lord marching on the bot lane. The Florin wouldn't be enough to clear those waves down as you can see they are trying to lock that turret. Base Crystal being the next objective for the side of Team DS, but the members are spawning back. As you can see, they're trying their best to clear the wave, but the damage is just so much from the side of Team DS here as the Way of the Dragon does connect onto the Grandeur. He will get taken down. The Lord is finally inside the base of Way of the Dragon. Sorry, the Tempest of Blade already used, but it wouldn't get anybody taken down as they are trying their best to clear that Lord base crystal already chunked 50% HP. But here comes the aggression from the side of Team DS as they get a kill and make it 2, but they will lose that Garut Kasha out there, and the mid lane inhibitor is being worked, and the Sanguine Cross will connect onto that Roger. Will be brought back, but he has to go back to heal that HP as the minions are still there, and they might look for an end as the Roger is going in for a Hail Mary play at this point, but it will not be enough as they cannot clear the waves on time. Maybe they have that end in their pocket and they will finally decide to end that game here, Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say, Yashin, but it was just the draft, right? The draft sadly failed the side of Team Poke Lovers. So that they are coming in with the MVP. She tried her best, she was trying to heal her team, but sadly there's no front line. Maybe they could have gone in for a fighter hyper like a Fredrin, maybe something a bit more tanky, alpha, who can actually sustain the damage coming in, but they I think the draft really hurt the side of Team Pookie Lovers. Sheetal as well. I mean, he played amazing, right? He was so aggressive, a few misses here and there, but he really was so in your face to that Granger that the Granger just could not do anything, and they just had an easy game. I mean, if you remove the trolling that did that one point in the game, I think it was just a clean sweep.
Definitely, like you mentioned, there was a bit of draft cap coming in because they were a bit too greedy with with those 2 marksmen, on their draft. I mean, with a support pick, you want to go for that, tanky frontliner. But without that, there was nobody to open that map. Even at some point, the Khalid was not enough to sustain the damage being placed from the side of Team DS, as the Sicilian was stacked up already. As you can see, him dealing so much damage throughout those fights. 26% damage is no joke. And I think it just played for well for the side of Team DS, as they were able to play for the objectives and their key for victories. Like, they were going in aggressive from the get go, and that really paid them the dividends in this game, as they were able to take charge. And a 10 minutes game just speaks how much of a domination they did throughout the game. And Team Pookie lovers, they did not get their chance or that window for that possible comeback, as the members were lacking in department of damage, as well as that frontline peel that we have been talking about throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were lacking damage. There's no point of having damage if your whole team is a glass cannon, right? You're just gonna get taken down once, again and again and again, and I think that's what happened. 30 kills to the side of Team DS, but well tried for the side of Team Poke Lovers. Hopefully, come back stronger, work on the draft just a little bit, and try to pick some counter heroes as well. Congratulations to side of Team DS. They go on to the next round. Poke Lovers sadly have to go back home with this fight. I think, Chin, with this, we're done for today, aren't we?
Definitely, but the action does not end just for tonight for this tournament, as we will be back tomorrow with some more amazing teams, with some more amazing gameplay. So don't miss out on that. But with on that note, I think we have to end today's stream and give everybody their chance to have that dinner that we are all waiting for. So I think it's time to sign off here, Jinx.
Speaking of dinner, the side of Team DS definitely ate a lot. It's our time to go have our dinners, and hopefully, you all as well go eat and have a good sleep. Thanks, guys, for staying with us. It's going to be the end for today, but come around tomorrow, pop in, say hello to the teams, because we're going to continue the excitement tomorrow as well. Stick around, guys. Thanks for staying. Bye.
अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मा